most of them are real, you know.
Dude, well, I'm not going to say most, but a lot of those conspiracies, do you remember when people used to wear the tinfoil hats and they used to say, oh, they could read my mind? Turns out that shit is true. And that shit been true for a long time. And they were calling these people crazy.
Is that shit true?
What?
There's a technology called the voice of God. By the way, the creator of that technology got suicided, 2 shots to the back of the head. You should Google that.
No, I know what the voice of God is, and I know that it uses a radio signal to put sounds, like direct sounds at people. But you said you was able to read people's minds. That's the part that was kind of.
No, I think I misspoke.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't think the tinfoil thing would protect you from that either, because it's like it's you would be able to hear it. I think there's a frequency that is low enough that you can hear it.
Also, MK Ultra turns out to be right, and we're actually experiencing MK Ultra right now.
Well, I mean, there's no way to know that, but yeah, MK Ultra was definitely real, and it probably, just because they claim to have canceled it or whatever, doesn't mean they canceled it back then either. But
no. See, the conspiracy was making the people believe that MK Ultra was some sort of forced experiment where they torture people. No, that's not what MK Ultra was. MK Ultra is the TV, the radio, advertisement. That's what MK Ultra truly is.
That's bizarre, because the actual MK Ultra was actual tests that they were doing on all sorts of people that were willing, people who were not willing, people who were unaware, people who were basically kidnapped, and they were doing all sorts of hypnosis type testing and drug testing, like for the sake of suggestive, to see how susceptible they could become to suggestion and stuff like that.
But Coach, did the CIA have to torture you to get you to believe in a globe?
No. Why would the CIA?
What did they have to do?
What would they have to do?
Yeah, just pretty much repeat the lie constantly since you was a child. Don't you think that's a form of MK Ultra?
Oh, I think that you're displaying a form of, I don't know, paranoia, because you're saying like a lot of things, like the CIA is the one forcing me to believe it and forcing me to share it, when those are a lot of claims and none of those are substantiated. So.
What was the ultimate goal of MK Ultra? Wasn't it to control people by giving them suggestions? They don't have to force people to do that. Every time you want to entertain yourself, and if it's free, you're definitely getting MK Ultra.
MK Ultra, there was all tests, so they could have utilized those tests for sure. But the MK Ultra program was, everything that was under it was them testing all these things. I'm sure they utilized plenty of it, and I'm sure there was more that was not even uncovered. I think the main hubs were like New York City and San Francisco and Canada and I think Boston, a few other places.
What would you say paranoia is? Can you? I don't need you to define it from Google. Just tell me, what do you think paranoia is?
Just trusting these conclusions that have been developed. Formed basically from fear. So the fear-based conclusions, persistent ones.
So you're telling me that fear-based conclusions is paranoia. Have you ever been in the woods?
In the woods?
Yeah, in the woods.
Yeah,
or somewhere like an abandoned apartment or something,
Sure, yeah. I should be clear though that what I'm saying, I mean, exclusively fear-based. So not fear, mixed with reason and stuff like that. Obviously, if there's reason involved, there's reasonable times to be fearful.
See, but that's what I'm saying. I question these things like reason, right? Because what is reason exactly? What does it entail? Is the truth reason?
Reason will bring you to the truth. Yeah. Reasons like logic, So if there's logical something that makes logical sense, then it's probably valid to be fearful. If something
You
is
do
based only on
realize
fear, yeah,
that something can make logical sense and be absolutely absurd, right?
sure, yeah, or it could seem absurd, but there's reason through, yeah, with evidence and yeah, reason and logic, sure.
The problem is that it seems to be that with words, you can literally reason anything. Literally any. You could tell me the worst atrocity in the world, and I could reason that away somehow.
Suppose, but you have to remember that like a logical argument has to be valid and sound, and for it to be valid and sound, that means that the premises have to be true. So you can come to a logical conclusion based on premises that are faulty, but if you're sure the premises are true, then the conclusion you come to logically is tends to be based on truth.
See, these words are very interesting, right? True, logic, right? You ask yourself, what is true, right? And then if you don't have the truth, how can you possibly make some sort of logical conclusion?
Well, I mean that's what investigation, scientific investigation, any kind of investigation is for. That's why reason and logic are good tools for that investigation. Yeah.
No,
You want
I
to come
get
to the
the
truth.
reason and logic. I get the reason and logic, but it's like, all right, let me give you like a little hypothetical, right? Like aliens. Well, well, think about UFOs, right? Think about UFOs like in 2000, 2005, where it wasn't as acceptable as now. Now pretty much everybody knows UFOs is a thing. But back then people were still called crazy for it. People were saying that people are irrational and illogical for thinking that they could possibly be these technologies. You understand why I'm using those words? And now that there's pretty much disclosure, now all of a sudden a person is logical and rational when you bring up a UFO, but back then it wasn't. So is it a time basis thing that ration and logic and these kind of things change, or are
Well,
they like empirical?
you were describing people's opinions, and if you were instead describing a single person's conclusions, and let's say, for instance, like the people's cell phones, claiming that they can be recorded at any time, and the government could be spying on you. Because I said it all the time because I knew it was true and I saw evidence for it. But people would think that was crazy, before 2012. But the fact that they thought it was crazy doesn't make it less. Doesn't make it crazy. You know what I mean? Because I was able to share the evidence with them, and then after what's his name, Edward Snowden had disclosed it, nobody thought it was crazy, and it kind of became normal. And that's because the evidence was available to everybody, uh, by default. Like they knew it before a conversation, was had about it. So um, it's just it depends on if the evidence exists and it's presentable. Then yeah, I mean the conclusions you come to are perfectly reasonable.
I hear what you're saying, and what you're saying, it sounds like it makes sense. But if you're telling me that if you don't have the evidence, there's no reason to believe it. It would be illogical for you to believe it without some sort of evidence.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. It's if you don't have the evidence and you've kind of just come up with the conclusion because it's a possibility, and not only that, but you have you hold that belief or you hold that conclusion to a high confidence. You express it as if it were confidently true. Then yeah, I would say that's coming to a conclusion based on fear exclusively, and I mean I would call it paranoia.
But who's to say that anybody believes anything in reality, right? Like, is it possible that we just consider ideas and not necessarily believe them? Because what does belief entail anyway?
That's what I said about the confidence, like expressing a high confidence in something. There's a difference between suggesting something because you're kind of just like spitballing or thinking up a possibility or something, and then confidently expressing it or believing it as the truth. There's a huge difference between those,
What do you mean confidently?
Like you're confident. Like there's people who express certain things as they know it. You know what I mean? Like they know these things. Uh, that would be expressing a high confidence in it. Is expressing it as the truth.
So is it possible that they're expressing it as the truth because they believe it to be true for whatever reason?
That's true. They're expressing it. They know it because they believe it. The question is, why do they believe it? And if it were the case that they believe it based on nothing except for irrational fears that weren't backed by evidence or something, then that's what I'm saying. I would classify that as paranoia.
Have you ever had this situation happen to you that you're somewhere, not in a comfortable place or somewhere that isn't in your house, and you feel somebody behind you, and you feel this fear or something, and it makes you turn, and you turn, and it turns out that there was somebody behind you? How do you explain that?
I've been subject to paranoid delusions, plenty of times. I could. I
But
probably
hold
couldn't
on,
tell you.
I'm specifically not talking about paranoia. I'm saying that you had a feeling and then you confirmed it.
Oh, I try to get out of those mindset. Like if I have, what I'm at the point where if I have one of those types of fears, I, I'm able to speak to myself to not think like that. You know what I mean? Like if it's an irrational fear, if I have an irrational fear that I know is not based on evidence, that I know is actually not healthy, and it's probably best to not even entertain it.
See, in the scenario that I'm describing to you, it would be irrational not to look back. You understand what I'm saying? Because you would not have all the information. You would talk yourself out of doing the right thing, which is to follow your feeling or the gut or whatever, and look back to protect yourself. So you're actually being irrational.
No, you by default you want to make sure that you're whatever it is that you're doing, that you're protected or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to leave yourself unprotected. But I'm saying like if you have no reason to fear, but you're constantly looking over your shoulder, constantly, not just one time, but over and over again, then that's that's just not healthy.
But what do you mean by looking over your shoulder? Like I don't understand.
Like you said, you said turn around. Like turning around once is one thing, but constantly entertaining that fear is not healthy.
Bro, but that's not what I'm saying. In my example, what I was saying is, have you ever had the feeling if that somebody was behind you or looking at you, and then you have turned around and confirmed that feeling? I'm not talking about it
Oh, I
completely.
see. Oh, uh, sure, yeah, that's an eerie feeling. Yeah.
Okay, and how do you ration that away? That you had a feeling, and before you knew that somebody was looking at you or behind you, you knew it, you felt it. How do you reason how do you logically tell that to someone?
I mean, I wouldn't come to a conclusion based on it, but it could be a coincidence or it could have been a premonition. Who knows? I mean, but I don't know. I wouldn't think too much of it.
But that's what I'm saying. See, those small details that people don't put too much in there are the things that are very hard, right? Because if you're telling me that you want to need reason and ration and truth and whatever, how would you explain those feelings?
Yeah, well, that's the thing though is there's people like women that say like a women's intuition. There's people who claim that they trust only their intuition uh, and neglect reason or whatever. But I would tell you that those are not recipes for success, and that people who truly There's people who trust their intuition, but it's not without reason. It's not like they're not using reason and evidence to make informed decisions and stuff. So I don't think it's healthy to trust in those things like that.
See, that thing about women's intuition is absolutely true. But the problem is it's called women's intuition. And we all have that. We all have that same intuition. The problem is women develop it more, or they're able to recognize it more because they're in a constant state of fear.
I
So
think
it tightens that up. But we all have that same intuition.
yeah, but that intuition is not magical or something like that. It's based on perception, being perceptive, and based on empathy. And the more perceptive you are, the more details you're picking up, subtle details that add together and paint a picture that you might not have evidence for, but you've basically collected enough information, especially when it has to do with a person and how they're behaving or something like that. You're able to pick up enough body cues or body language on them to tell their intent or something like that. And people claim that's like women's intuition or they're psychic or something, but it's really just being perceptive. I'm not saying not to. I'm not saying anything about supernatural stuff or like not to. I'm not trying to knock it or anything. I'm just saying that it would probably just be wise to even if you're going to entertain that, to hold to a higher regard, reason and evidence and logic.
I mean, surely you think supernatural shit exists, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, there's the only problem with that is me. That's why I have different ideas about it, but I would think it would be wrong to express any of those things as like a confident truth or something, because there'd be no reason for me. There'd be no. I would have no justification for doing it.
Well, Kosho, different from you, I can tell you 100% that supernatural is real, whatever you want to call it. I can't logically explain it. I'm trying to. This is why I'm doing a lot of research on a lot of topics. But it exists. But I don't think is magic. I just think it's technology we don't understand.
I was listening to your Matrix. I was just getting ice for a cup.
Wouldn't that make God nothing but an advanced computer?
I mean, maybe that's what the entity that we call the creator is in the first place. Just whatever is in charge of the whole matrix. Again, because if we get into the conversation of what is God, right, and how does he manifest, that's going to be another controversial topic. Not everybody's going to agree.
They shouldn't, you know what I mean? That would be you'd be worried if people agreed on something that was unfalsifiable. But I think those types of conversations are, useful and helpful and all that kind of stuff, because everyone's gonna have different opinions about stuff like that, and they probably should, because like I said, it's unfalsifiable, and all you really have is belief at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you say God is? How does it manifest in your eyes?
I think I explained this to you before. And after I did, you said you agreed with me. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I'm recalling the agreeing with you part, but I kind of want to hear it again.
I just basically said that I think sin what people call sin. It's basically the fact that we exist in this physical world and we live in these vessels like our bodies, and they have biological urges and needs and stuff. And oftentimes people can let those urges dictate their decisions and allow them to, mm, basically do something that would be a net negative for other people. But then there's another influence inside, I think, and that comes from some sort of universal collective spirit, like a spirit that's attached to everything, I think, and everybody in the universe, and maybe is the universe itself. And I think people call this thing God, but I would consider, I think that's basically as I understand it. There's something called Spinoza's God, and it's very similar to that idea, like a universal spirit encompassing the whole universe. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you on that, man. It seems like a pretty good idea. I mean, what would be the other view? That there's some sort of man with superpower somewhere and deciding whether to reward us, like some sort of check system. Like, yeah, today he gets a blowjob or whatever the fuck. Like that shit. That doesn't sound like no view of God to me.
Right. It sounds more
I'd be a lot better if that was the fucking thing, mate.
A female? What'd you say? I already said, but yeah, those stories. Like, that's why I would think about all the religions. They're probably people's. They're probably all influenced by people's experience with this same dichotomy that I was describing before, like this universal spirit and then the physical body and stuff, and all these different cultures' interpretation of this phenomena or whatever it is. They'll have a slightly different, like I said, interpretation of it. So that's why we come up with different stories. But I think all of the religions are more or less influenced by the same thing.
Kosho, what do you think sin is?
That's what I was saying. The sin, what people call sin, is that's the urge that your body, like in your internal dialogue you have. There's this eternal spirit that is in the universe. And then also your body, your ego, which is your body, the physical urges, hunger, lust, whatever, power, these things that you're biologically craving, and sin. What people call sin is when you let those urges, influence you to the point where you're, like I said, you're causing a bad experience for other people, selfishly, to appease your urges.
Shit, I agree with you on that one.
It makes sense that people like to what's it called? When you personify certain things, like you personify the spirit as a man, you personify evil as somebody else influenced you to do it, or demons influence you to do it. But it really doesn't take much more than. You just look at animals. They don't have the ability to, think in the same ways we can. So they're almost completely influenced by their physical urges, and some more than others. And so, they just go straight to whatever it is that their physical bodies compelling them to do.
Bro, right, I understand what you're saying, but consider this, man. We had to develop some sort of language, right? These animals, man, they're able to communicate in forms that we're not yet able to understand, man. How are you telling me they're not able to process things like or have deep thoughts about where they're from? I don't believe that one bit, bro.
Well, there's a hypothesis called the cognitive trade-off hypothesis, and it has to do with like our brains are very similar to a chimp's brain in size, but we have like the frontal cortex and the ability to communicate in language, and that really isn't something that other species can do, at least like not the way we can. Like we have 10,000 word vocabularies on average or something like that, and so we're able to construct, like we're able to have this conversation, you know what I mean, and share stories of things that happened, like abstract stories of real events that happen. Whereas a dog, for instance, you imagine dogs can talk to each other, but the same way a lot of our communication is body language, that's most of their communication too. And basically, they can tell stories to each other by smelling each other's ass, basically, and kind of basically like putting together what it's just gone through or something like that, based on things like context clues and stuff like that. They really don't. The animals really don't have the ability to express things in the way we are.
Damn, man, I've seen a few videos, man, of some animals doing some crazy shit, man. Like I saw a dog rescue a cat one time that was drowning. I mean, there seems to be a lot of emotion there, a lot of kind of human characteristics. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't able to communicate, but he knew he had to save that cat from drowning. Like
Right.
so, it seems like what you're saying doesn't really add up, man.
No, no, but think about it. Think about what I said about God. Like I believe in the Big Bang and shit, and I think that just like God is inside every living person, He's in like every living inanimate object, and also every living creature. Okay, the only difference is when God is trying to influence you and trying to win the win the influence over you, as opposed to you listening to your urges, which not everybody. He doesn't win that battle with everybody. It's probably even harder to do that with animals. So I think the same universal spirit is in animals as well. It's just almost always listening to their urges, but it's just as capable of being compassionate. Having that kind of instinct for compassion. You know what I mean? That people get surprised that animals have that, but that sort of helps. That's sort of why I believe it. It helps me believe it a little bit, because you'll see all sorts of creatures do these sorts of things that when you try to reason it out, there's no there's no there's no reason for them to have that urge. You know what I mean?
See, that's the thing. We try to find reason and urges. I mean, try to reason that away. Like, try to describe an urge. Like, can you tell me where it comes from?
That's what I'm
How
saying.
does one acquire an urge?
My conclusion was a supernatural one, right? That's the conclusion I come to personally, and it's not based on on actual evidence. It's based on you know what do you call it? Anecdotal, personal experience and my personal belief. So
What if urges were chemically induced somehow?
yeah, that can be the case. Yeah, like a lot of urges are physical. Your physical urges, but that's what I was talking about. MK Ultra. Because I study hypnosis. I used to study hypnotherapy and the art of suggestion. That's all hypnosis is the art of suggestion and giving people suggestions that their subconscious. It basically passes their conscious mind. It goes straight to their subconscious, to the point where they're being influenced by that suggestion. And that's actually all. The entire field of marketing is almost entirely based off of the research done by the first hypnotists like Bandler and Mesmer and people like that. All the techniques and stuff like that. It's based on a lot of stuff that they were studying. Long story short, yeah, exactly. The urges can be chemically induced or suggestively induced. That's what MK Ultra was ultimately researching, was what can they do to help induce these brain states that are that make you weak to suggestion. I'm convinced that Bobby Kennedy, you think he was killed in '68 or something like that? The guy who killed him, he claims he was hypnotized, and yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I believe it that he could have been a victim of like MK Ultra sort of testing, and like one of those Manchurian candidates sort of thing, where I think that was the goal, was to try and make those types of victim assassins.
Well, what if I were to tell you that all they had to do was promote it and put it on TV shows and on movies and on radio stations, and that way they wouldn't have to torture anyone, especially those of us that assume or somehow have the thing of expecting that thing's supposed to be free, right? So they give us this free entertainment, and what it's actually doing is, programming, and they tell us. I'm not even going to say that they're lying about it. They tell us you're now going to go back to your weekly scheduled programming.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that, but that's why I said it's not MK Ultra. I told you the entire field of marketing came out of the psychology. The first people studying psychology, but they were studying the work of hypnotists, and so and all of TV was based around advertising and marketing, and yeah, so it's like MK Ultra aside, that's already a tool that they've that they're obviously utilizing, but it's not much of a secret. It's like it's kind of like a open secret sort of thing. It's like like what's his name? Who's that white-haired guy? Anderson Cooper.
Hold on,
he worked for the CIA. Yeah, go ahead.
real quick. How's my mic sound?
I was like, shit, dude, and your makeup's
Is it
running.
really?
Bro, don't tell me Jeremy's mic sounds like shit. Didn't you get a new pair of fucking iPods or some shit?
I'm comparing it to the way he normally sounds, so it doesn't sound
Seriously,
like that shit. Sounds bad, yeah.
It sounds bad?
It sounds fine now.
What do you mean now? Did it changed?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It sounds all right.
Sounds more clear now.
What do you want me to compare it to?
Sound better. I definitely better. Compare me to Matrix.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, obviously then, yeah. But the thing is, it's not that different though, dude.
Then with Matrix, or what I usually sound like?
Well, you're like halfway between you and Matrix.
All right, I'm getting some AirPods.
So does that sound better?
No, you sound.
You're audible. I can hear you, but it's not. It wouldn't be like if it wasn't just me and you having a conversation, or there's a bunch of people having a conversation. It wouldn't be possible to have a conversation.
Anyways, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Dude, you don't give a rat's ass, man.
No, I apologize with my.
You act like you're the king, dude. You'll play with your babies and have sex or whatever it is you do on the mic. You apologize.
Certified free, 7 days a week. What's up, motivation?
You say?
I said I'm a certified freak, 7 days a week.
Better not be, dude. Your wife gave me a Sunday, so she said she's not messing with you on Sundays.
You get her Sundays and Mondays. That's fine. We'll do a 3-4. We'll do a 4-3.
4-3. Well, I get 4.
No, I get 4. I mean, if you want 4, we can work something out. But
I'm fucking man. Yeah, it's a good sport, man. It's a good sport. You ever seen Hercules? The cartoon movie?
I don't know, bro. I got my $7 a day. I got my $1 a day for the whole week already this week.
If your wife was like listening to this conversation, she's like, just listening, leaning on the door. She's like, "Wait, he just allowed another guy. He's gonna allow another guy. Wait, he only cares about that $7 more than me."
Yeah.
Dude.
I got my $1 a day for the whole week already, and we're not even in the we're on the first fucking day. So, booyah.
Booyah.
All you gotta do is get $1 a day ticket in passively every day until
One
you
of these
fucking
days,
make
dude.
it. What's up?
I wish you'd be real, man. Like, that's why I asked you about that. I asked you these questions because, so I like you, man. You're a player. Like, having a
Be
conversation
real.
with you is like a game. It's a game with you. So, it's all good. But it also means that even when like a reasonable thing, like the thing I was talking about with the sajda, like I measured the line,
Bro,
and I measured the surface of the sajda.
Dude, that was a mishmash of words you were saying. Like,
Dude, I'll say it simply, very simply. I measured 2 points. I created a little straight line from those 2 points. I measure one line in the middle of one point in the middle of that line on the surface of the water, and I measure how far away that point is from that line, and I find out that it's equal to the sajda. Would that not be compelling?
How are you gonna know how close that middle point is to the line?
I told you. You're gonna have to close your eye for a second and picture this. Okay, there's a 3D grid. I've established a straight line. Okay, now I'm measuring a point in between them, and what I'm doing is I'm creating another straight line from that point, the third point I created, and the origin point, which is the 0, 0, 0 on that grid. Okay. Now, as long as those 2 lines intersect, then I know for certain that my point is along that line. It may not be on it, like it may be above it, but it's not it's out to the left or right of it. Okay.
Okay.
So that's how you're making sure that it's on that line. And then all you're doing from that point is you're measuring the closest distance from that point to the line. Right. It should rest on the line if it's flat, but it would be, I think, kind of telling if it were.
But how do you listen? Hold on. How do you check to make sure that is a straight line? This is the ruler factory.
Right. So I'll be doing plenty of tests to make sure that the points that are being measured are actual points. And what I'll do is every point that I measure, I'll measure it 3 times just to be sure. So I'll measure 3 separate times in the same exact location, which takes an hour each time. But I'll measure it each 3 times. And if I don't get the exact same position or within a centimeter, then I'll just throw the whole measurement out. But if I get within a centimeter of the exact same position 3 times, I can be certain that is giving me an accurate position.
So is your Sagittar left to right or up and down?
The sajda is what do you mean? It's up and down.
Okay, so how do you establish the altitude? How thick is that? How thick is your line?
All I'm doing is measuring a point on the surface of the water. Right? A line doesn't have thickness.
Yeah, it does, because you've got your GPS points. But what about your altitude? You could be out by 10 meters.
Yeah, well, the precision is supposed to be within a centimeter. So with a centimeter precision, we can go ahead and say that the line that I've created is a 2 centimeter wide line. Okay, because that would be what it measured to. It'd be a 2 centimeter wide line. Okay, but everything within that column would be along that line, and all I would do is I would measure the third point, the point that would be on the surface of the water in the middle, to that line. I would measure the distance from that point to that line.
So in your theory, there should be a triangle.
In my theory, if it were flat Earth, it should that line should that point should be intersecting that line, the first line I created. And in my theory, on a globe, that line that I created should be going through the water, and so the middle point of that line on the surface of the water should be, well above the line. I don't know exactly the distance as far as I don't know the distance on top of my head, but it's what, 66 feet or something like that? Half of that. Distance of 66 feet, or half of that, is well within a reasonable range.
Bro, how long are you making a straight line for?
I'm saying this was a 10 mile. This is assuming I would have had a 10 mile between the 2 points.
Okay, so we're gonna need, once you make this straight horizontal line, we're gonna need a way to check to make sure that it is a horizontal line. How are we gonna do that?
Dude, listen to me. Listen.
You keep word salading the shit out of me.
Listen, dude. Right now. I'm testing this out right now to make sure I'm getting accurate positions. Once I'm able to consistently, quickly check that I'm getting accurate positions, all I would have to do is put my phone or whatever I'm using, the GPS device, on the exact location that I'm measuring.
Vertically, you can check.
No, I'm not measuring vertically, horizontally. I'm not measuring anything.
You can't.
Well, hold on, dude.
You can't. Okay.
I'm saying the exact position. I'm just making sure the exact position is known. If the numbers it gives me is 001, and I come back an hour later, put my phone in the same spot, and I do the measurement, and it comes back with 001, I do it 3 times, 4 times. I don't know. If it's giving me the same number every time.
In reference to that actual position, how do you know that an actual position referenced to that actual position is horizontal or not?
That's the
fucking question.
No, listen, dude, listen. If you have two sides of a lake, it's the same thing as having a long water level. So I would be measuring. If I was just doing this measurement, I would do it on the surface of the lake on either end of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I'm any 2 points that you're connecting, it's going to be a straight line regardless. The only difference is this straight line that you've created is a straight line that connects the two ends of the lake.
Okay.
So that's
If you've got a Sagittarius, it should be all. It's not just going to be in the middle.
Yeah, there'll be a distance from it all over the place, but the middle will be the biggest distance.
No, but the middle.
You're not
drops
making a horizontal line.
It is water levels are horizontal at the center point.
No, your GPS bullshit. You're gonna make a horizontal line, or
Dude, I keep on saying this so that because you keep confusing it, dude. The GPS is not making lines.
Are you making a chord or a horizontal line?
It would ultimately be making a chord. Yeah, I'm going to be measuring 2 points at the ends of the lake. So on a globe, it would be making a chord through the lake. Yeah.
And you're not going to know if the third one is on a horizontal plane in relation to the other two, except for the fact that this device is telling you.
No, I'll measure the point, and I'll measure that line, and I'll make sure that it's intersecting. If it's not intersecting, I'll move until I make sure I'm,
How do you know if it's intersecting or not? How do you know if it's intersecting or not?
Because you can know first of all, when I say construct a line, if you have 2 points, you can make a definite straight line.
And you won't know where it is.
Well, no, but if I measure the third point and I measure that point to the origin, and that line intersects that origin, intersects the other line, then you do know that it's directly on that line.
And this is the only method you have to verify that. Do you have another method to actually verify that, or are you just going to go by off what this does?
Why is it giving me accurate positions in every case except for this one? If it's giving me accurate positions, I can trust the positions it's giving me.
Vertically, I would agree with you. Yes.
It's not giving me positions.
Definitely tell.
Giving me horizontal, vertical, forward, back. It's giving me just positions. It's giving me just 3 numbers that represent the coordinates of that position.
And vertically is the only way you can check to see if it's actually giving you correct positions. Horizontally, you'll never know.
I could measure the same point 10 times and verify that's giving me this.
Listen, when you do 2 points and you go to do a third one in the middle, you have no idea if, other than the machine, what the machine's telling you. You have no way to verify it.
If I measure 1 point 10 times and I get 001 every time, and I measure a second point and I get 222 every time, I can be confident those are those 2 positions.
Hold on, stop right there. So you measured 1 point, then you measured a second point. How do you know horizontally, other than what the machine's telling you? How would you know that they would either fall above, below, or on a horizontal line?
line I construct will be strictly mathematical. Like I know how to construct a line using those 2 points. Okay? So what I would do then is I measure a third point, and I would compare that third point with that line I constructed. So it takes a third measurement to see if the surface of the water was above that line, or if the line was on the surface of the water. That third
Bro,
point will tell you.
Why are you tap dancing around this?
I'm not what are you talking about?
Tap dancing, bro. You're trying to move like a butterfly and sting like a bee, but you're just buzzing around like a fly. An annoying fly.
What are you talking about, dude? I'm telling you, if the positions are not in question, everything else follows and is true. The straight line you create is true. If the line intersects
vertically aren't in, bro, the positions vertically aren't in contention. Horizontally, they are. And you have no way to verify it other than what the machine's telling you.
If the positions are accurate, and you know that the positions that you're measuring are accurate, then every line you make is true. It doesn't matter what direction it's in. Every line you create is true. And I'm not talking about making horizontal lines. I'm talking about making lines that connect two ends of a lake. Okay, so by definition, the straight line that connects two ends of a lake, if it's flat, it should rest along the top of the lake. If it's a globe, it should rest through the lake like a cord.
This is what we're gonna be dealing with unless we do something, guys. You hear what's going on here? We're gonna be doing.
I don't know why you have a problem with that.
Yeah, because
it's fine, but you need a way to verify it, though.
You've got to tell us how the GPS positioning works. If it's just a point which is to your zenith of a satellite in space, or what's the vertical? How are you making the vertical?
Yeah, that's my plan. Is when I'm setting all this up, I'm actually going to make instructions for other people to use this GPS technique the way I'm using it to get accurate positions.
And everyone that learns this method off you is not going to know if they can. Is not going to have any way to verify the middle point.
Dude, you said you understood when I told you before. If the lines intersect, that means you're verifying that it's the middle point is above it.
You don't know if the other than what the machine's telling you, you don't know if that middle point is above it or below it. You're just going off what the machine tells you.
Above it or below it?
On it, above it, or below it. You don't know where it actually is because you have no way to verify it other than the machine. This is the ruler factory.
It's not a machine that you're using to make your calculations. It's the actual number, like geometry and stuff like that. I'm not sure if you know, but if you have 2 points, you can make a straight line, and you can define the straight line, and you can compare the straight line to other things. And if you have another straight line, you can compare that point to the straight line. You can see if it's above or below it.
Well, if you're going by GPS goes off of certain assumptions. It assumes that water is level relative to some sort of model, some sort of GS84 or whatever model with a center that everything's level relative to. Some sort of mathematical model would determine the level in that regard if you're going by GPS.
That's incorrect. The GPS doesn't assume that. Your phone or device will assume that, or will use that to translate it. But the information you get from the GPS is strictly the distance from the satellites, or the distance from the whatever's sending the signals. And then once you get enough signals, it'll compute your position in XYZ in reference to whatever's sending those signals. So it's not referencing the globe or anything like that. It's referencing the reference frame that they're in. So their positions are in reference to their reference frame. But of course, I think they're orbiting the Earth, and they think they're orbiting the Earth, and so they're all referencing the center of mass. That's the origin to their grid system. And
I thought that the ground positioning system had to have 3 points. You had to have a triangulation. So what about where's the other? You've got 2 points. Where's the third one?
No. Each one of these points is going to require several towers or whatever it is, whatever is sending the signals. Each position is going to take as many. It takes more than 3 to get a precise position. What I'm saying is, once you have each position for doing separate measurements, you can then construct a straight line through those points that you've carefully constructed.
seems like you wouldn't even need to have water. You could just do it with two parallel lines, one on top of each other, using GPS, and you can see the distance between the two parallel lines with the altitude on each end, if
Yeah,
they're going to be the same.
yeah, but that wouldn't really. Yeah, that would tell you that you made a straight line, sure. But we're trying to test to see what the surface of the Earth does in reference to a straight line. Um, that's what the purpose would be for. But yeah, you could do that to make sure that you're getting straight lines. Sure, that's actually a good idea. Make like three lines on top of each other, like 3 feet higher than the next one, and then verify that they're consistently 3 feet above the points on that line. That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, because you don't need to establish whether or not the ocean is level. You need to establish whether or not altitude is level with a straight line, because altitude is what's in question.
See what you're saying. That's a good idea, though. You know, that's why I was saying. That's why I was thinking about getting an auto level, because I want to get an auto level and measure a horizontal in a short distance, and then use the GPS to make a straight line over that short distance, and then extend that straight line forever or something, and then
Yeah, because you want
the Earth from that
you
line.
want you want to know point A and point B if it's the same altitude on a straight line, on a horizontal. You don't need to worry if the water's curving. You just need to know if that altitude is on the same line. And so you could do it anywhere. All you need is two parallel lines using GPS.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea, though. That's why, like I said, that's why I'm serious about maybe getting an auto level, because if you set up an auto level for about 100 feet, and then you use the straight line and make it from there to 100 feet, and then make a straight line above that, and then make both those straight lines extend out to the distance, you can compare you can try to measure how how the surface relates to that straight line as you go out in the distance. It's actually a pretty good idea.
Then you could prove that altitude is not bending.
Right. Yeah. Or yeah, you show that it's bending or not bending. Right.
So you could do that over 1 mile.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of so like when you use a auto level, you're technically creating an horizontal that goes out to infinity, but you can't actually establish that line because you don't have precise tools enough to make sure. But if you had a GPS like this, the line you create literally could go out to infinity, and you could compare points. You can compare the surface to that line. Oh, you can do 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, and keep going. The thing is, I got to make sure I'm getting precise precision. So I'm probably gonna end up buying the GPS, so I'm not using my phone. And then I'm gonna try to get within one. Because if you take a measurement for 1 hour, you can get within, they say, 1 centimeter. And if you take it for close to 24 hours, you can get well within a centimeter, like close to a millimeter, is what they claim. I mean, the principle is really the principle is sound when you think about it, because it's just using my position and a base station to make corrections for my position. Like the base station is a known position, it's getting GPS data, and it's going to disagree with the GPS data it's getting because it's a known position, and it just basically whatever corrections it is needed to put it back in its actual position. It just adds that to your measurements that you're getting from your other receiver, from wherever you're measuring, and tightens up your measurement.
I wonder if you could do that with radar rather than with GPS.
It's kind of the same thing. It's kind of the same principle. I mean, there's a GPS environment already. You know what I mean? So it's like if you created a radar environment to do this, it'd be the same thing, really. But you'd have to have the whole environment to do it. The GPS environment already exists, so.
Point-to-point microwave, 10 meters off the ground, 110 kilometers.
What are you talking about?
Oh, experiments that have been done. I think it's even used in some countries for direct internet. You know, like they connect internet.
Oh,
the
yeah,
baller, the baller argument to that was some sort of fucking atmospheric tunneling or some shit. And it's like, fucking hell, you guys would come up with fucking anything.
Well, you
I
know,
just saw on some channel that they've just come up in China, come up with 5G powered walkie-talkies,
yeah,
and
sure.
they can go
Oh my god.
5,000 kilometers.
Away from what? Each other?
Yeah, all going through 5G. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
There's such a thing
5G's a
as
network, so. Yeah.
you can do a wait, you mean 5G cable? What?
5G network, 5G
Wireless?
cell phone network. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
So there's
wireless.
different types of 5G. There's the high and low frequency 5G. Low frequency, it's like 4G, but you have better wall penetration, and the signal goes further. It's a low band. So yeah, you could have a
Yeah.
high powered low band frequency, and it can go really fucking far.
Fuck yeah.
So it's
Or the 60
it's also
gigahertz is really close.
it's also totally free as well. That's the thing. And these walkie-talkies that they have all the same functions as a mobile phone.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it seems like you would have to pay for it, though, right? Like you have to have like internet access or something, right? Mobile access on those things, right?
Well, if they're making it free, then you're the product. Basically, they just would data mine the shit out of you.
Are they making that stuff? Are they making that free?
Yeah, it's free. It's a walkie-talkie.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a walkie-talkie. Yeah, but I'm saying it's immediately set up to have access to 5G network. Because if that is the case, that's pretty cool. It's like you don't have to buy a cell phone anymore.
Exactly. But you need to buy their walkie-talkie.
Sure, yeah, why not? But you don't have to pay for cell phone service.
They probably give them away, mate.
I'm sure there's something else to that, though. Surely, because it's to use those networks. I mean, to use the networks now, you have to pay for them, right? You have to have a mobile service.
Well, it's just there as a conduit. If you've got the right frequency, like a radio station, you can tap into it. It's always there. Unless they put some type of a blockchain code on it or whatever.
Well, you know what? That does make sense. In China, because you guys were talking about Apple earlier. In China, in Shenzhen or whatever it's called, Shenzhen, it's like the hardware capital of the world, basically. And they,
Shenzhen.
Yeah, right. And they don't enforce copyright laws and stuff like that. And so it would make sense that somebody there would construct some sort of device like a walkie-talkie because it does have such a big range of bands, right? Like so sure, I guess somebody could make a walkie-talkie that just has access to one of those bands, and you'd all communicate with each other by accessing the same band. So I mean that's kind of crazy.
The only thing is it wouldn't be private.
Well, yeah, anybody could try to log into your band, sure, but
yeah, you wouldn't want to be having your bank account details on it.
Look under the couch.
Yeah, but when you're contacting your bank and stuff like that, they send those encrypted. wouldn't like I wouldn't call someone and say your credit card number, sure, but I'm just assuming about all that China stuff based on the. It sounds feasible though, because they could just create the hardware that, you know. I mean, that's all walkie-talkies do. They have the certain bands that they all connect to, and as long as they're all close enough to connect, you know, it works. And if you have a system like 5G that has access to a wide range of bands, then yeah, yeah, it sounds pretty cool. I don't think that's something that they're promoting though, right? Who said they saw this?
Yeah, it's in China. I saw it yesterday. Yeah.
It's not something that's being promoted like through the government. It's probably something that like
I'll see if I can find it. Yeah.
yeah,
See if I can.
because they do that in Chin or whatever. It's still illegal. Copyright stuff is still illegal there, but they just don't enforce it. They don't never relax about it. People actually come up with way better technology because of that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like somebody creates something here, and then if you create the same thing, you're gonna fucking owe them $5 billion, like Samsung. Somebody creates something, you can take their exact technology and you can mod it however you like, and if you improve upon it and sell it, then more power to you. You end up making a better product. They showed that's how all those scooters and hoverboards became a thing, was because, you know, there was one sort of like one copyright, and then, you know, engineers just over there kept you know, adding stuff on it, or, you know, creating different types, you know, based on those models, copyrighted everywhere else. Is this it, Carlos? The thing you're talking about? I'm so fucking stupid, dude. I'm still here.
Yeah, but I couldn't find the English version.
Oh, I thought this was what I've been looking for GPS devices. Yeah, dude. You know, on Google Chrome, which I use, by the way. Yeah, it translates it for you. Oh, it says network plug-in card, 4G intercom, unlimited distance. Commercial office door. Patient free renewal. I wonder if this has a GPS on it. I think that this is though it's talking about like a, you know, a network card. So yeah, there's a SIM card on the picture. Oh wait, no, it says here's this thing with card plus positioning plus free renewal. So I guess when you buy it, it comes with the access to that card. I don't know, is it unlimited? Let me see. Yeah, it says unlimited. Oh, unlimited distance. Kind of confusing, but yeah. It says unknown pieces sold a month, a total of 0 time limited seconds. I don't know what that means. I think it's unlimited. I don't know. I gotta find out how much 330 won is. 50 bucks. Does anybody know, is yuan backed by the gold?
It's backed by the US dollar, I think.
You mean that as a joke because we owe them so much money?
No, it still goes up and down compared to the US dollar.
Yeah. So yeah, so you just mean it as a joke then, yeah. But if
But
kills.
once they have their cryptocurrency, which they've already got, which is the digital currency, then they're not going to be relying on comparing to any other currency.
No, I mean this is just the truth. I mean, just so everyone's aware, there's no currency. Oh, Larry's in here. I needed to talk to him for a second, but there's no currency that's going to be allowed to compete with the American dollar unfettered, right? So if there's two scenarios, if something were challenging American dollar, they would just encompass this thing, and just be another part of the dollar system, or it would go to war and win. You know what I mean? When I say go to war, I mean like, what's the noise? Anyways, it would go to war, like it would make sure that didn't happen. That this thing did not compete with it. You know, it would outlaw the coin and go as far as blackballing
No,
transaction.
I think everyone needs to keep their eyes on what's happening with Taiwan, because as soon as that happens and China says, okay, we're going to take it back, like there's going to be a no-fly zone over Taiwan. No one's going to be able to fly in and out in that region. And
No fly zones
when
are always precursors to war.
absolutely, that's the only way it's going to happen, because the president of Taiwan, she's going to want to get out of there when that happens, and the Chinese government won't want her to leave Taiwan, so it'll be a no-fly zone just for that reason.
You think the
And
Chinese government will do this through their own government, not through like a proxy? Like it won't be like a. It seems like a bad. This seems like a bad strategy to.
I think they're just going to go in and get her, but before they can do that, they have to have a no-fly zone, which means all of the troops will be stuck there in Taiwan as well.
I know, but if they do this an aggressive nature, then it puts them in a bad position.
Because the Chinese were saying they want to get Taiwan for Christmas, so
Sure,
it doesn't sound.
right. That's what I mean. Especially if they're doing it greedily like that, it's obviously greedy. It's very easy for people who are not aligned with China to easily, send out propaganda to each other. Making them look like an obvious enemy, allied together, and have reason to, act on that thing. That's why usually when countries don't usually blatantly act that way, because it's not a good strategy.
Yeah, I think that's the next thing that's going to go down. Yeah, definitely this year for sure. Yeah, they've said very clearly. Chinese government said very clearly they want Taiwan for Christmas.
Yeah, no, but you don't think they'll use a proxy sort of?
They don't need a proxy. All they need to do is have a no-fly zone, and they're in. Because if any, it'll be war for sure if there's any planes flying in that period of time. You won't have to worry about all the other concerns in the world. It'll be that'll be it.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, unless you're stupid, that's a bad strategy, because it gives your enemies a reason to ally against you, and gives them justification to enact policy or worse against you. And
Well, I don't see America wanting to have a war at all with China. That's just a really bad idea. It'll just end up in a complicated trade war again.
that they'll be allowed to just grab territory like that, like just openly. aggressively.
Yeah,
Like,
because
planned.
America really doesn't want to go at war with China, which means that they're going at war with Russia, and who else wants to back
But
up?
that's the point, though. When you aggress like that, you you create the environment for even your like even people who are somewhat not allies. They will unanimously agree about whatever. Like they would, like the UN, for instance, would.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like they would all agree that it was a bad thing, and even people like Russia who would normally ally with them, it wouldn't be a good position for them uh, to stand with them and act like that. Like I said, it's not saying they wouldn't do it, but it just would be a very bad strategy.
Yeah, but what's the worst that can happen?
I said they'll start aggressing places, and then they won't be building allies while doing it. They'll be building enemies against them while doing it.
Yeah, the global community will go against them.
Justifiably, yeah. People who aren't aligned with China, like us, even though we are somewhat aligned with them, we're not hoping for their success or anything like that. So any reason to gain everybody against them, it's in those people's interest. People who aren't aligned with China. The same reason I always said North Korea was never going to attack anybody, because it would be definitely stupid. It would have been suicidal for somebody who lives like the way he lives, like King, to aggress anybody. It'd be justifiable invasion. You know what I mean? To justifiably invade North Korea because they're acting, um, as aggressors. That's why most people have been doing things shady, like proxy wars style.
Well, I just don't see it going on forever. I can't imagine this stalemate going on forever, and the position that they've taken now is they're going to take it back, and it's only a matter of time. And what time is better than the now? It's like eventually it has to happen. It just has to.
But you know how it is, man. It's like when you're in a game, like a cunning game, like you're trying to be the most clever in a game, a move like this is not a clever move. It's a move out of desperation. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem like anything. It seems like if they're pragmatic, they would see that this will not have a positive outcome for them if they did like that. You can look, for instance, like at Germany, for instance, like
Coach, do you still think countries are different? Do you think they're actually run by different people? Is that still what you think?
No, I think they're all run by Aristarchus.
I thought no one was talking in here that whole time. I had my volume all the way down on accident, though. Damn. Did you guys talk about anything else?
That's okay. No, but yeah, Gio, conspiracies can be true, and secret agendas can be true, but what's also true is since the beginning of man, the beginning of history, you can think of like the Earth like a petri dish with tons of different cultures, and over time, those cultures are consolidating. That consolidation is not without personal, like they're not, even if at some points to some cultures are aligned with other cultures, they're not. They're all selfishly, motivated. So when you get to the World War I, and you have the small collection of nations that got consolidated, and then after World War II, the consolidation of the world basically into two groups, well, three groups technically. These are real groups that are not that don't have aligned interests, in my opinion. And we're at a point now where they would like it to be one collected group, but it's not. There's not a collected group right now. There's definitely separate interests.
when you look at different fast food chains, it looks like there's not a collective group, but at the top of it, there is one collective group running the whole show.
You would think so, but that's not true.
Well, that's how it works with corporations and businesses and shit like that. So why wouldn't it work the same way with this?
It doesn't. You're speaking in absolutes. Speaking absolutely, which is not an absolute thing. It's true. It's true that it looks like most of them are consolidated, but they're
Show, you speak in absolutes all day. How dare you?
What?
Jeremy, okay, Jeremy will at least concede and be like, oh, I don't know, maybe that's possible, and he'll come at you with an angle. But you speak in absolutes all fucking day, and you're going to tell him
about things that are absolutely true. No, I'm saying he's speaking in absolutes. As in
no, man.
He's saying this thing is
you
all
conjecture the shit out of it and then say it's true.
That's not the absolutes I'm talking about.
I will sit here and listen to you waffle about with bullshit all day, but you're going to sit here and criticize Jeremy about him speaking in absolutes?
Like
oh man, you got a whole different world, man.
I feel like you don't understand the context of it. Does not make sense what you're saying.
It does. It doesn't even matter, dude.
He's collecting all of these groups in one company, which is not the case. That would be the absolute.
You're speaking in absolutes. I'm saying it's possible.
Unreal. How dare you criticize someone else for speaking in absolutes?
Hold on, he was projecting because I'm saying it's possible. I'm not speaking.
I thought you were saying that it was true.
No, you're saying it's not happening.
Yeah, see?
It's absolute.
That's what I'm saying. Jeremy will say it's possible. But you speak in absolutes all day, and you're going to criticize him? Absolute projection.
They're obviously not the same people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's absolutely the truth.
Waffle.
All right, you don't know that there's not people above the governments controlling each of the countries and shit. All right, you've spoken in absolute. You're like, that's not the case, right?
Clearly, I've been paying attention.
Yeah,
so clearly, it's not the case.
I said it's possible. It is possible that it's the case.
Yeah, you're right. It's possible. It's possible. It wouldn't make any sense.
So it's not happening then.
It wouldn't make any sense, and it's silly to entertain it because it doesn't make any sense.
You're speaking in absolutes, and you're projecting on me that I'm speaking in absolutes.
Oh, I just told you it's possible. You're not wrong that it is possible, but it's silly and it doesn't make sense. So that's why I'm not entertaining that idea.
But it doesn't make sense that maybe they have so much political influence and will inside each government that essentially they're controlling the whole shit. Paybacks, or not paybacks, bribes, payoffs, campaign donations. Maybe these people have so much political will in every country that essentially they're calling the shots everywhere.
When I was surfing in the Arab Spring, during the Arab Spring, right, and I was seeing what's happening, it's clear, it's anecdotal, because, I guess maybe if you weren't paying attention or weren't, seeing what was happening, it's clear that there was countries that were under the umbrella of influence and the agenda that we're under, because we gave aid to the police and the militaries in those countries. And then it was clear that there were countries that were not under our influence that were of interest of us because they weren't under our influence. And those countries, we aided the rebels immensely. And so, I mean, like I said, it's true that what you're saying is possible. It's just not likely, not evident, and doesn't make sense. Whereas the other, it does make sense that they're trying to consolidate the power still, and they're not successful at it yet.
No, it's evident to me. I mean, that there is one person calling the shots for a lot of these places. You know what I mean? We know they have political campaign donations and slush funds and, straight up bribery happening and just all kinds of shit. The mob in the 80s or the mob in the 70s or 80s had judges in their pocket. How hard do you think it is to get a congressman or a senator or something?
Yeah, congressmen and senators, they could be okay, for sure, but that's not.
They tried to sell Obama's Senate seat, for God's sake.
Yeah, I know. You're right. There's many politicians who are crooked. I'm saying countries like Syria and Libya, these countries that they had to forcefully create a rebellion against the leaders. I don't think that those leaders were in any way, shape, or form in agreement to this agenda. I think that they were in opposition. So absolutely.
Look how corrupt we are here. Yeah, and anyone that doesn't go along with the plan, the corruption just gets ran through. We've been doing it for years. Anyone that's not, they're
consolidating. So those people who are getting run through, that means that they're not a part of the agenda. And that's exactly
And
what I'm
they're
talking
getting
about.
answered by everyone else, by all the other countries that are a part of this agenda.
A lot of them that
Dude,
are,
it's
yeah.
evident that there's a group of people can run it calling the shots. I don't know
Sure,
why.
yeah. I already agreed with that, man. I'm just saying that the control that is being suggested that is already in play is not in play. Otherwise, they would still be trying to consolidate these loose ends. These loose ends are very much real, and the power of the Russia, which was meant to be weakened, is not as weak as you know.
So you agree with me? There's a lot. So you agree with me? There's a large group of elites that are controlling the most of the world, and anyone that's
I said that, man.
Oh, all right. So why are you getting me all fired up then?
Because what was being suggested was that the control is already exacted. I think what Gio asked me was that these are separate countries or something like that. And yeah, I do indeed think that they're separate entities who have separate interests. That's not consolidated yet.
Well, I mean, it's obvious a huge chunk of the world is
Yeah.
Consolidated, since you got the UN and all that, and we're all in cahoots. And then if anyone bucks the system or doesn't go with the system or use our fiat system, we run through them.
Yeah, that's why I painted the picture of the history of the world, the World War I, the World War II. After World War II, the majority of the consolidation had already taken place. There was only.
I think World War II was just a money grab.
Yeah, seemingly, but there's definitely.
Hitler had a good economy going. They had a great fucking economy going, and they weren't using the central banking system of the world. I'm telling you, if anyone does not use the central banking system the rest of the world's on, they fucking are coming right at you. We're coming for you.
Yeah, it's not even that, dude. Germany, what Germany was trying to accomplish ended up happening. Like they were trying to unite Europe, basically, with the Germany, with like a German lead, and that's basically what happened.
No, Germany was trying to fight back against the central banking system and get their own economy and their own currency going, and they fucking failed.
No.
Because they lost, and here we are with the central banking system that he was trying to fight.
No, dude. He was trying. He was trying to gain back territory that had been taken from World War One. Okay, and he was trying to use there was a lot of gains that were already being had, and they were trying to increase those gains, and they were trying to consolidate Europe. Like World War II, like again, and also post World War II, it's just all consolidation. World War One was and the consolidation of the entire European and Asian, like the Eastern European, Middle East fucking countries. So after World War
One,
you
don't even hear what I say. It's like you're not even listening when I talk, bro.
I'm listening. What are you talking about? You're saying Hitler was fighting against the banks, but yeah.
Yeah.
And that wasn't his main goal.
But it was a goal, and he lost. That was probably a huge part of it. He didn't want to be involved with the rest of the crime. What do you think he was doing with the Jews? Why do you think he decided to do that with the Jews?
Stealing their gold.
He had anything to do with financials?
He was stealing all the gold on stuff. They had stolen all that stuff.
That's why he did that to the Jews, just so he could steal their gold?
No. I'm saying that's what a lot of the gold that he got, he stole it. And the financiers, the people who were financing him, had to sneak the gold to him. He was the countries he was invading, he was stealing gold from them.
I think a major aspect of this was the economy and the currency that their country was using, and it got masked under other guises, other things. I don't know what the word is.
Even in the first war, they.
Why would he need to steal gold?
Because nobody was lending him money.
Lending him money?
Yeah. After he started invading Poland, a lot of countries made it like illegal to openly lend him money. So
that's why Bush Senior, Granddad Bush, actually got his funds seized and charged for war crimes because he was funding both sides. The two presidents of the United States, their dad and grandfather.
Prescott Bush.
Massively corrupt. Unreal, the amount of corruption. Unfucking real. Unbelievable. Conflicts of interest, just straight out, flat out corruption. You think the other countries are better or worse than us?
Well, I'm saying the outcome that Germany was seeking that ended up happening anyways, because the whole banking system of Europe is basically uses Germany as the backbone of like their lending.
So the Jews would don't even. I don't know, Kosho. I don't want to. It's not anything against all Jewish people, but a lot of the Jewish
You don't even
people,
have to bring them up, to be honest. I mean, you could
all
say
the
bankers.
well, I mean, the Jews own the bank. The thing is, why do you think? Yeah, why do you think Hitler decided to round up all the Jews? Like, what do you think his motivation was for that? Everywhere they go, they do the same thing. That's why they've been kicked out of over 100 countries or regions.
He rounded up more than just Jews, man, and also the reason why they were usually banned from other places was because they weren't assimilating and they weren't giving up their religion. So they wouldn't assimilate, and they wouldn't. They would stay in their communities, and they would continue to read Hebrew and practice Judaism.
I just found a pair of earrings in the dryer.
Old earrings?
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, I sent you what I found, dude. It's actually a really good find. So for $45, you can get the black ones, the Anchor P2 True or whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah, Anchor is a good
Those
brand.
work really well. The sound quality's well, battery's great. 40 hours in the little case.
I like Anchor. They make good products.
They make good shit. Yeah, and they know how to make batteries, so you know that shit's good too.
Yeah, that's what I actually have as one of their products.
Yeah,
battery.
And they make some P2 minis. Those are basically the same, but the cheaper version for $4 less. I would just say get the regular ones because the sound quality is way better for the mic. And you can get the new P3s, but they're double the price. So I actually just ordered some white P2s, the ones I sent you, for $50 after tax, I think. But yeah, it's a great deal, and you can get the 3-year insurance plan for $5 too. Deal.
You guys talking about making these earlier? About constructing them? I wonder if that can be done. If you could put together like a nice one. Because I hate mine, to be honest. I have a lot of spare microphones and speakers.
Chloe.
So I might actually try that. I was absolutely against this at first, but I mean, Anchor does make a good product. It's good to have a backup pair. It's not really worth risking $40, but I mean, if it was an Anchor, I wouldn't even think twice. But are they shaped like normal AirPods? I'm gonna have to look at the link.
Yeah, man, I looked at the reviews. The shape is identical. Just the stem is like just a few millimeters longer than the regular AirPods.
That's fine. That's even better. That's better for mic quality. The longer that stem is, the better.
Yeah.
The closer it gets to your mouth. You know.
Right. I listened to I listened to a lot of different reviews, and there's a bunch of bullshit out there, but these seem to be like the highest quality known name brand that are on Amazon at a good deal, that have all the colors, that actually sound good and have good battery, all that shit. And here's the great thing about them. These are the only cheap ones you can find that apparently you can charge one bud while using the other separately. Like they have their own antenna. So that's nice. That's a great value. No, actually they don't all do that.
Where you can use one and charge another one?
Yeah.
No, a lot of them only one ear has that capability.
Right.
Well, with a mic?
This one does both.
You're saying, wait, it has mics in both ears?
Yeah, it's got 4 mics. So each bud has 2 mics. But what I'm saying is each bud has the controller. So you can charge one bud while using the other separately and swap back and forth.
What the fuck's a controller?
I'm just saying they each come with the Bluetooth chip that you can connect to your phone separately.
Why do they got
So you're
four
basically
mics?
getting two Bluetooths for the price of one.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Because some of them you have to, like, on some of them the receiver is only on one of the earbuds, the cheap ones.
Oh,
The receiver, it's a relayer. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they link up.
These ain't shaped right, bro.
What, you put them on?
They gotta be. No, I can just tell. I can just see it. They got this weird shit on them. Look at the way an AirPod is shaped, and then look at the way those are shaped. It's not even. It's not the same thing. They're weird.
But the sound core. Anchor
Yeah, the
sound.
sound core. They're close. They're close to shape like it. But
No shit, they're close, man.
Real close, but I mean, that's just not the shape of the inside of my ear. That thing.
No, but I think even the short Bluetooth
Audio.
earpieces, I think they're so
Keep going.
advanced now. I think they still work good.
Yeah, they work good. It has to be the right shape though for like your ear.
It is the right shape. You're going crazy.
Nah, that goofy rubber piece on them. That's not how you do it.
The goofy rubber piece.
Yeah, that goofy little rubber piece on the tip there. That's not necessary.
That might have some tech in there.
There's just a little rubber plastic piece. It's for the shape thing. That's what I mean. Those are not the right shape.
It's a silicone insert. Comes with several different shapes.
That's what I mean. I buy the ones that are just automatically the right shape. You ain't got to fucking play no guessing games on which thing to use or nothing.
Well, they do make stuff. They do make like copies of that one without the rubber insert, but the sound quality is garbage. They call them the comfy buds or something. And I guess the reviews are pretty good, but I don't know. I'm not totally confident in them. I was listening to the sound quality, and they were just not impressed. They actually kind of sound like the ones you're using now. Not very impressive.
How about the ones that I'm using now? Is that clear?
You're quiet though.
Okay. Is that better?
No. There's like you could scream and it would be too low.
Jesus.
Yes.
Oh, don't tell him to scream. No, don't. Blow my eardrums
Okay, so
out.
how about that?
Yep.
I mean, it's fine, man. I might have had my volume lower actually, so my bad. My volume is low.
Okay.
You sound good.
Well, I'm using those Samsung earbuds, the one that come for free when you buy a Samsung phone. They're worth about $350.
They sound really good actually. I had my volume all fucked up. My bad.
It's a
And
little
you can charge them independently and use them independently.
And they're $300-something.
You got to be able to charge them and use them independently. Otherwise, that way you can keep it going all day. You know, nonstop.
Yeah, but who's going to pay $300?
And you can wirelessly charge them from the back of your phone.
That's gangster.
Yeah. So they're selling some Galaxy Buds for $100 right now, limited time deal on Amazon.
You shouldn't really need to charge it from the back of your phone though, because if you charge the case, I mean the case should last all day if you only rock one at a time.
But it doesn't have the stem that sticks out. It's just like those little.
It's like a little bean.
Little bean, yeah.
Yeah. They're really comfortable too.
I don't know how that shit stays in though, man. I don't understand.
Yeah, it just does. It just works really good.
It's the ether.
Huh. Yeah, so the battery life on those Galaxy Buds are really, really good apparently. You get 11 hours of audio apparently, and then the case holds another 11 hours, so 22 total. So it's about 10 hours, I guess. I don't know how much time you would get on a Discord call though. Some Bluetooth are weird where your Discord call either makes the battery last longer or it makes it last not as long. Just depends on the Bluetooth, I guess.
Yeah, well, if you go onto power saving mode on your phone while you're using Discord, then it's gonna make it last like 10 hours longer.
On the Bluetooth?
Just your power saving on your phone. It'll just
Oh,
optimize
okay.
your phone.
Well,
It'll help your Bluetooth too.
talking about the Bluetooth.
Yeah, it'll help that. It'll cut down unnecessary everything.
Interesting.
I noticed it. Yeah. I don't know about other phones, but with my Samsung one, it does. Yeah. Note 10.
You know, it's funny about all these different bud designs is that they keep advancing them and coming out with new versions and stuff. But even some of these companies' websites don't update their product list. Like the Anchor website doesn't even have the new Anchor Pro 3s or whatever. They're just all the 2 lineup, the P2 lineup. And they don't even have all the different variations of it listed. Strange.
They want you buying the expensive stuff.
They want you to go to their website and buy the old ones. Because you don't know that there are new ones out. They want to sell the old stock.
Well, in the good old days, you used to get on a plane and go to Thailand and do all your shopping and come back, and you just saved like the price of your airline ticket by shopping in Thailand. Can't do that much anymore because you get all the I don't know, it's just so much cheaper in Thailand for genuine products like Apple and Samsung.
Oh, that's weird. So like these cheaper Galaxy Buds actually have the best battery life. That's weird. Different kind. Here, post a picture.
Is that Australian guy in here the one that said he got kicked out of his school yesterday? His kid's school?
I don't know.
Um,
Yeah, see, look, playtime 11 hours, talk time 7.5 hours. It's just kind of strange to me because the call quality is so much lower. You'd think that they'd be able to make it the same or more in a call. Because the playback quality is so much higher, the bit rate. It has to send way more bit rate.
yeah, but it's only going one way, not two ways. So
Yeah, I know it's only going one way, but the bit rate is so much more. Like this call quality that we're getting right now is like 48. And then the sound, the audio quality on like most audio is like at minimum 128 to 320 ish. It's like way more.
I wouldn't think that the bit rate would have an impact on the voltage usage.
Well, I know that when I use my phone in Discord, the the audio is such low quality that it sips battery. Like if I left my phone on Discord, it'd probably last a whole fucking day from 100%. Like 24 hours of playing using the speaker. And talking. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just a software thing. Hey, so they stay in pretty good, the Samsung ones? If you were running and like bouncing your head and like banging it around, would they stay in?
Yeah, you can lock them in. Yeah, they can sit in there if you're like in a beanbag or whatever. You just want them just sitting in there. But if you go for a run, you twist them and they just kind of lock in there. But people that have small ears, like that probably can't use them. Like my daughter couldn't wear it. It's only for adults.
And you have the Buds Plus. Which ones do you have?
They say sound by AKG Samsung, and on the back it says model. Fuck, small writing. Jesus, it's a long ass number. I can't even read it. It's too small. Buds S. Buds 5 volt. Too small to read. Made in Vietnam. It's SM-R180. Can't even read it. Because they make the text the same color as the fucking paint. Dumbasses. The last code of the model is EP-Q. Yeah, I just posted the picture of the back of it in chat.
So here, these are the ones that I ordered at that timestamp. It does a little audio quality test. Now I've listened to all of them. This is the most consistent with like a sharp voice sound. Like they sound like you're in a room, but they consistently sound like you're in a room. It's like they manage the audio pretty well.
Yeah, well, these ones you can when you plug them in or when you join the Bluetooth, it comes up with all the settings, and you can take away the background noise, or you can have background sound effects. Like you can put in a sound effect like it sounds like you're next to a racetrack, or a dance party. Yeah.
This one has
So,
ANC as well.
so you could have the best one is to have the background sound of like an office environment. So when your wife calls you, you're at the party, but it sounds like you're at the office.
So what, you hear like a printer in the background? A coffee machine?
Yeah, like some paperwork going on.
Right? Hear like high heels on the marble and stuff.
Well, yeah, for $50, I think these are the winner from everything I've seen. And they do have some white ones, which I ordered. Spent an extra $4 on that, but I just figured though, like it gets pretty hot where I'm at, and the sun will definitely cook anything that's black, and I imagine that would have an effect on the life of the product. So I just got some white ones.
Glowy! How much are Discord mods paid these days? That somewhere out there, there's a list of the highest paid Discord mods in the world. There's some sort of like a listicle article out there. Maybe PewDiePie's Discord mod is paid handsomely. So have there been any new people? No, nobody new in the last week or so.
New people? What do you mean? In
Well, I
here?
didn't mean like.
Yeah, people come
No,
in here
man,
all the time.
if I meant like in the world. Any new
New
people in this
people in the
world?
world. Yeah, man, people are born every day. What about it?
No, like in this
You can't
Discord,
stop it. You can't stop the fact that people are being born right now. New people, brand new people, straight, fresh
Well,
off the cellophane.
well, you can stop new people by introducing computer gaming, and then that stops reproduction.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah.
Well, what if everybody's playing computer games? You think that would
Well, look at Japan. No more kids.
what about no more kids? They can't have kids, or they just don't have any?
They all, yeah, all the guys, they became nerds.
So they're not having kids because
shut-ins.
the computer games, or because the government tells them it's looked down upon, or
Computer
what do
games.
you think? You think just the games alone did it, huh?
Fucking games, yeah.
So, like, if women and men both played games, you think that would be the reason? Still?
I think it was, I guess maybe it was men at first, and then women kind of have been slowly coming in.
Really coming in, huh?
Yeah, because they make games that women like to play.
Do you live in Japan?
No, I don't.
Oh.
Just heard about it.
Oh, well, we could ask Jin when he comes in like 12 hours. He's probably asleep.
Oh, God. Yeah, he has kids. I think he's like a migrant worker or some shit.
A migrant worker. He's lived. I think
Yeah,
he's lived in Japan for like 20 or 30 years or something, man.
Yeah, but he's probably like works on like a oil rig or some shit.
Does he? Does anyone know? I thought he was retired. He's 60.
No, he says he worked like he did his own thing, and then business.
As far as I know, Jin has a English teaching school.
Oh,
Teaches
that's
English
right. He teaches English. He has an English school. Yep. Nice.
Okay, so that's like, so he's like probably on some tutor website, some one of those fucking things.
I don't know.
It's an underground class for flat Earth.
Sorry,
After school.
Carlos. I still can't hear you. That's funny.
He's got an after-school school for flat Earth. Like he's secretly teaching flat Earth to the Japanese kids. So I don't know if you could hear me.
No, there's a lot of people from Japan on Discord.
Well, I asked, I searched myself and I couldn't find anything, but I asked a Chinese friend of mine to search high and low, and he couldn't find a single flat earther in the Chinese community in China. That's a lot of people.
Oh, they don't care about that in China.
Nah, they're just not. It's not something they need to concern about.
Right.
I wonder if Jin gets them all to chant or to rehearse or write out on the board, lines. A straight line is not curved. A straight line is not curved.
I think Bev would do that.
Those lines are parallel, isn't it?
I mean, that argument gets a little old after a while, not going to lie.
Wow, I just saw something crazy with buoyancy and relative density and shit. Here, I'm gonna put it in the chat. What live stream are we in, Riggs?
The one and only.
Live stream text 1. Check it out. Anyone that's interested in like the relative density gravity argument.
Give us a rundown.
Is this
Well, there's an hourglass.
Speaking of China.
Go ahead.
No,
Just
go,
watch
Jeremy.
this.
Give us a rundown.
There's an hourglass inside a tube of water that can float, but it doesn't start going up until half of the sand is at the bottom of the hourglass. When you flip it over, you'll have to watch it.
Yeah, that crushes the shit out of it, doesn't it?
Hold on,
Out of what?
explain.
You have to just watch it. Just watch the video. It's like 30 seconds.
There's a commercial halfway through.
It's a TikTok. What do you mean? There's no fucking commercials.
Now I have to walk over to my device. Fucking hell. Press buttons and shit.
Still don't care if you're interested in the gravity and relative density debate. This is worth it.
Oh, yeah, but my hands were messy. And I am interested. So I've had to clean my hands, fucking walk over here.
It's the cost of doing
That's
business.
how interested I am. Oh, shit. I love seeing new shit. Is it old but new? Like you've just discovered it, or is it new?
I ain't never seen that shit before.
So why does the
I don't know how you'd explain that. I don't know. What's up?
Why does the hourglass go up?
Don't worry about why the hourglass goes up. That's not the thing that's amazing about this. Why does it take for why does it not why does it only start going up until the sand's halfway down in the hourglass?
Yep.
That's the fucking mystery.
Yep.
So why
It's
does it do
because
that?
it's because the globe's bullshit.
I don't know how you extrapolated that from that video, but do you think that helps relative density or gravity? I mean, nothing helps gravity. But
I mean, that doesn't help gravity at all. No, I'd say that's a big fucking no-no.
I don't know how that helps relative density though. Like, I don't know. I have to seriously rethink this video and maybe watch it a couple more times because
So you're saying it's a little over your head. You don't really know what's going on.
I just have to think about it for a little bit. I literally just saw it just now for the first time, so my brain hasn't really digested it yet. Plus, I'm high as fuck.
Well, okay, so relative density has to do with the relationship of the materials in the medium. So it is not specifically a gravity argument. So it doesn't hurt relative density. We just have to begin to learn what the hell is going on.
Relative density says that shit should go up, though. I don't know what the holdup is. Like, it does go up, but what's with the holdup?
Maybe it gains momentum or something. Kind of.
I don't get the holdup on why you got to wait for half in either one. What if you had another hourglass inside that hourglass? Holy shit. What if you had an hour? What if the whole thing? Yeah, wow, this is one I really got to think about here. Hold on. Because we could take this farther, I think.
Imagine if you went to like a third grade science fair and some kid was doing that. You'd be like, shit, my life is worthless now.
Yeah, some little third grader starts explaining to me how this works. I'd be like, damn, bro, you fucking
The hourglass inside an hourglass. It's like made with like precision, like 3D printed parts. I sold my idea to Brookstone for $50 million. I guess I could cheat. I could just Google it and look up how that works.
Is Brookstone the weirdo place that got all that goofy shit like the Sky Mall?
Yeah, like lava lamps and Newton balls and shit. Those
I like all that
desk.
shit. I like that shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
They got some cool shit sometimes.
aspirational gifts and shit.
Yeah, somebody Google why that happens like that. I can't.
I'm not gonna Google it. I want to try to. I don't want to spoil it. I want to
Just
try to
Google it.
find
My brain hurts at this point. I'm way too high for all this. Just Google it.
Just Google it. Just Google me.
Well, it's just because like the upper part, maybe the upper chamber is a lot lot big. Maybe it's bigger. It fills with air. No, that don't make sense. Maybe yeah, maybe somehow air is pushed through that chamber or something.
No, I think the stationary sort of momentum, I suppose, or inertia that sand has when it's one big block probably overpowers the lifting ability of the air. But then as that weight spread over two separate locations, I think it's down to that. It can then rise above the weight. Soon as it's evenly distributed, it seems to overcome. The lift force overcomes the weight of the sand, but not when it's one mass.
Mm. Mm. I mean, what's over? I'm not sure. I would think chemistry majors would know that. I'm not sure about physics people.
Nothing's mixing though.
Yeah, but you know, chemistry people are playing with those types of things more often. But yeah, the guy who made the video knows no more than me. Probably makes like all kinds of physics videos and shit.
Unless, like you were saying, there's a there's a trick to it where one of those little bulby bits at the end are actually hollow and the other one's not, allowing for expansion of the gas and a larger volume for more flotation. I'm not sure if it's a trick or whether it's just an actual.
How does the sand moving make it less dense? How does it? Because right, it only floats up
No, but if the
because it's
sand's
less dense, right?
Yeah, but if one side's bigger than the other one and it only works one way, like we don't see him flip it back over and see it actually happen the other way. Like we don't know if this is a trick. I mean, it might not be. I'm not assuming it is, but that little snippet of a video.
Implying that it works whenever you keep flipping it over, it keeps happening.
Well, if that's the case, then obviously there is no trick to it, and it's just based on physics. And for things to go up, they have to be not resisted. And it looks to me as though there's resistance when all of the sand is together above the one section of air. And the resistance is too much. But then as it spreads out, that resistance gets less.
It gets more buoyant somehow.
Well, it appears that way if the resistance is less, doesn't it? To rise. A basketball being held under the water doesn't become more buoyant when I allow it to come up. It's already the same buoyancy.
Yeah.
It just moves when I take the restriction away. It's very interesting, though. I mean, it looks awesome. It looks very much counterintuitive.
Or I guess maybe it's sand. The weight is moving. Is that like a? No.
Actually, just hop on a these, mate.
I'm looking at the hashtags. No answer. I'm not sure. Confusing. Alright, I don't know. I'm gonna look this up on Google. It's called Floating Hourglass. Okay, so apparently as the sand falls through the hourglass, its tendency to flip over is reduced until it unsticks from the side and positively buoyant glass floats to the top and the other descends to the bottom. Huh?
You found how it works, have you?
Like it has something to do with the vibration as it's like kind of settled down there. Staticness. I don't know. When the sand is in the top, it leans over like this, which causes it to grip to the sides of the glass, preventing it from floating up. As the sand falls to the bottom, it straightens up.
So they're saying it's static based.
Yeah, it's more unstable when all the sand is up top. And as it moves, as it equalizes,
It's more in line,
doesn't cling. Yeah, it doesn't cling as much, I guess.
more coherent. So that's interesting. I would like to see some fucking proof of that, motherfuckers.
They're saying it's top heavy because all the sand's on the top, so it's leaning against the glass one way, and then as soon as the sand falls down to where it can get vertical, you know, when the more sand gets on the bottom, it'll make it plumb because it'll be heavier on the bottom, and it'll
Well, yeah,
even
that's what
itself out so it doesn't lean one way towards the glass or not.
Oh, so
yeah,
friction. It's friction against the glass stopping it, you reckon?
Is that what they're saying, or?
I'm reading through comments.
'Cause that sounds good. That actually sounds good.
Well, sounds
Yeah, makes more
feasible, yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
But then that's not really a physical
Well,
marvel
partly-
thing, then, really, is it? Like, fuck. It's like a
Yeah,
trick.
It is a
Yeah,
little
it's-
bit an illusion because when you're watching the video the first time, you're not really seeing it. It's sticking to the
It's a trick.
side. You know?
Yeah. Nothing
It's
like
kind of
crazy is
innocent,
happening.
but it definitely
Fucking
It's enough to
tricksters.
fool people. But it's funny, if you ever work like a job, it could be like blue collar, really any job. There's always like a little trick similar to that to do something quicker. You fill in one side or manipulate a tool a certain way, and it's like voila, makes something work. It kind of makes something work which otherwise wouldn't work. You know, it's a parlor trick. You know. Video. Okay, so yeah, I guess it's more plumb when the sand moves. Oh fuck! So Bev would have gotten that right. He's obsessed with plum.
Chickle, chickle. Seriously quiet. All right.
Jim Lock broke the room. That's weird. I just showed up over here, Issa.
No shit. I was trying. I literally looked in it. I was like, Electric Universe. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I was just fucking. I was like, oh, that's it. I popped in and said, Dimmock broke the room. Like, we got Reckonor in the house. I haven't heard him in a while. Missed that guy.
Nice.
What's up, Reckonor? Salute.
Nice, man. How you been, brother?
Oh, just killing time. I've been painting some houses and stuff recently.
Oh yeah.
Getting things all cleaned up, properties and stuff.
Nice, man. Do you own properties?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. You don't have to get into it. I just was curious.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
Couple little rental thingies too, here and there.
Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, that's cool.
But I'm a skilled painter, right? And so I'm friends with a couple of realtors, and they needed a painter in a pinch, right? So I did a super professional job for them, and they're like,
nice.
They don't want to hire other people. I named my price. It's ridiculous. Do like a regular painting outfit, you'd probably get about $250, $275 a square foot, and I'm telling them $350. I'm just killing it.
Fuck yeah, dude. Well, you know what? Hey, bro. You know what the thing is now is, dude, there's nobody competent that wants to fucking work.
That might be what it is, man. Because
I know that's what it is, bro.
some of
And
these
it's like,
fields
dude,
right
if you
now.
want, like, dude, like, if I get something done, if I personally get something done, you know, I want the best motherfucking thing.
Absolutely.
I don't want to fucking, you know, like, I'm not gonna dick around and try to fucking like, dude, even like, you know, like, let's say take like a car, you know what I mean, bro? Like, fucking, I don't fuck around, dude. Like, you know, I got some friends that they're always just fucking with their car.
Right. If I'm going to install amps and all that stuff, I'm doing it legit to specs.
I don't even,
all my wires are hidden under stuff,
right.
you know. Yeah.
You know, like that's the other thing too, is you can go ham on them. I mean, you can go ham in every direction. But you know what, man? It's really crazy, dude. Like that. You know, even like this is what's hit me as I've kind of gotten older, and even in my thought about like, you know, law and all that crap. It's like, you know, you gotta want your society to fucking succeed.
Yeah, there's gotta be something about you in order to have that light. Yeah.
Well, like, I mean, think about it. Like, collectively, like, you know, everyone's tune in, drop out to the point where nobody's doing like electrical work properly.
Yeah, there's just a lot of people that aren't paying attention to light.
Yeah, that's true too, dude.
Yeah.
That's true too. Everybody's looking for like a quick, you know, like somebody they can pay for $10 an hour that don't know dick.
Well, as soon as they found out that you could play video games on the couch and make money, it was off. All bets were off, right? Like the whole, you know, that little edge of the technology. I saw so many of my friends growing up. I'm gonna be a gamer, right? When I grow up.
Oh my God!
Like, wait, what? Not my age friends, but some of my younger friends when I was, you know, and they would be saying shit like that, and I'm thinking, no.
You know what though, man? I bit that.
Even if you are gonna do that, it's like saying I'm gonna be a basketball player. There's so many.
Right, dude. I bit that pill too, though. We all did.
So many slots. There's only so many slots, and if you find out by the time you're like, you know, if you're 30 and you're still saying you're going to jump into that field, I think you've missed that bus usually.
Oh yeah, if you're still trying out for the college team to get drafted.
Yeah, man.
At fucking 30, you might as well just fucking start becoming something professional.
But I think there's a lot to be said for that. Like that same hoop dream mentality given to, you know, certain people in society, or, you know, you're going to be a doctor, or you're going to be a basketball player. You're going to be you know what I mean? And I think there was a lot.
Hey, yo, you know what's crazy, man? Mikhail Bakunin, who's actually like they call it, you know, you probably already know, like the father of anarchy. Fucking, he wrote this fucking awesome essay that I read years and years ago, and it just like granted, I was a bit of an idealist when it came to communism and such, you know, like you do, and but like, you know, fucking You know,
all
when I was
children
15,
at
dude.
first.
You know, I was 15,
I
bro.
think, yeah, I
You know
mean,
what I mean? Like
it's
reading
great until
Mark.
you actually have to give out part of your own cookie, and then you start thinking about it.
Exactly. Well, that's
Well,
no. What
why?
you know what I realized, dude, is that I was willing to give up my half of the cookie, and these other niggas weren't.
Yeah, and they were like literally trying to gain more than their share of all the
Oh,
cookies
dude,
all the
totally.
time.
Like all communists are just fucking like totalitarians, like totalitarian dictators that want it all for themselves. They're so
That's what
full
they
of
say
shit, dude.
about
And
power,
that when
right?
you realize that when the rubber meets the road, like I used to try to do even direct actions, dude. I used to do direct actions. It'd be like meet at 7:30. It's fucking 8 o'clock. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? I
we're a
thought you were
little late.
badass, bro. I thought you were badass. You're supposed to be 5 minutes early. You're supposed to be, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
was
Okay, yeah,
like, if I say 7:30, nigga, I'm there at fucking 7:25, right?
yep.
I can see you being the same way, dude. Like, if you're 1 minute
Oh yeah,
late, it's disrespect, dude. You fucked up.
yeah. Well, I feel like that to myself, so I wouldn't do it to somebody else if I
Fucking right,
respect
dude.
them.
Yeah, if I said I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna leave early, make sure I'm there ahead of traffic, whatever the fuck it is, God willing, right? But
Not just for work either, like for everything.
right, of course, brother. Of
But
course.
definitely for work. That's where it really started. I think when I was younger, I had a Hungarian boss, and he was really, you know, I watched him make an example out of somebody right in front of me. I was brand new, and the dude was 5 minutes late. And he goes, "That's your third time. You're out. You're in."
Yep.
After one try with me, it was like, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's how fast this door can revolve." And I was
Oh,
always
dude.
15 minutes early. Boom.
Yeah, man. Oh, dude, I fucking like like I climb poles and shit, like hooks, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
And like all that shit, and you got to climb up and fucking whatever. And dude, it's like I've seen guys get fired just because they thought they had balls, walk around all tough. They climb up a pole, get up fucking 10 feet, and freak the fuck out. And my boy's like, "Get the fuck off my job." You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
get the
You
fuck
gotta
out of
get
here.
you gotta get over that as a kid, right? Because
Right?
if
Like,
you
I
don't
thought
do
you
that
did
shit
that
as a
already,
kid,
kid.
yeah, if you don't do that as a kid, you ain't gonna do it as an adult. That's just
No,
because
you ain't
all
gonna.
your
I tell
adult
you what, you ain't
instincts
gonna
kick
climb.
in. You're gonna die. You're gonna
No,
fall.
you're
You're
not
gonna
gonna
die.
climb 30 feet and swap a 70-foot-pound lasher or 70-pound lasher.
No,
You ain't doing it, dog. You know what I mean? You gotta have. I don't know, Doug. I don't know. Like that's why we take
you
pride in
really
that
gotta
shit.
trust your equipment too. I mean,
Fucking right.
exactly. So I've never been one for that though. I did high end electrical and shit though, but I
Nice.
really didn't. I didn't enjoy the risk as much. And I found ways to make just as not at the time just as much money, but a lot easier money. And I took that route.
Yeah, that's the trick, though, and that's it. I mean, dude, yo, I got one coin. I put 100, dude. Yo, I put $100
Yeah,
on it, bro. I got 2 grand sitting.
sweet.
I put $100 in the coin. I'm like, I can work fucking all week for this. So fucking
Definitely.
funny. So crazy. But yeah, that fucking like nobody wants to work shit. But that's what I also realized. I was gonna say this too is like you got to wake up in the morning and go to work. Like I woke up I was up one morning, and I get up at 4 every morning every day, and it's like fucking I'm up and I'm like, you know what? I was like, I'm not going to work for anyone else. I got to go to work for myself. You
Yeah.
know, and start getting busy and treat your day like you would when you're working for somebody else.
That's how you. Yeah, I was gonna say that's how I was more motivated to work for myself
Yeah.
because I'm like, oh wow, man, instead of going and making $23 an hour at some as a teenager or whatever at some painting company, now that I know how to do all this stuff and all the viscosities and all the mixtures, I know all the different types of paints and thinners and everything I'm using for all the different materials. I could just go bid my own fucking jobs, man.
Yep.
What am I doing? And I
Oh,
just
dude.
started doing
Yep.
that.
My boy started. Hey, my boy started his own little excavation company, killing it right now. 1 year in.
Sweet.
Yeah, dude. Just fucking because nobody wants to like. And dude is a killer with the fucking excavator, the skidders, and all of it. And fucking dude is just a savage, man. And like but that's the thing is that it's so crazy, man. Some people are blessed to like live in that world where they learn all that kind of shit.
True.
And that's the, and that's why you always have to have mercy on these like limp-wristed hipster types that never fucking.
You do in a way. But I mean, there's also, you got to recognize that every human being in the world, almost, I mean, and especially, I mean, in the U.S., let's just say, you know, of course, I'm being exaggerative or whatever. But the main point is that they've all had those opportunities to. You could either take a left, go with this dude, learn how to change a tire, or go over here and hang out with your friends and play video games. And they decided to do the other thing. It's not that they weren't actually presented. They chose not to in most cases, right? I don't want to get my hands dirty. I don't want to go hang out with that guy. And, you know, it was just because it was labor intensive. A lot of the, you know, as far as like go fix an air conditioner or, you know, something like that, is like, well, I'd rather not watch my uncle fix the air conditioner. I'd rather go and play a video game or, you know.
Well, you know what though? I put that on the people though. I put that on the elders, man. Because like, you know, it's like, you know, I was always fortunate.
You can. I've tried, because I'm saying this specifically because kind of like with my cousins, my uncles did it for me, and then I tried to do it for, you know, their kids. And they were already at this point where like my uncles could take they could smack me in the back of the head and say, hey, I said, come on, you're coming with me. Well, you can't do that nowadays. You know, you're going to jail. These kids have fucking got cell phones and snitch you right the fuck out. Like you can't, you know. So there was a whole different kind of like loss. I think with the swipe of a pen, families lost control of their kids overnight, in a sense, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, well, that's my thing. That was always my thing with the whole flat Earth thing. Because like, even like my music and shit. Like I always felt like my music is for like the kid that's stuck in a fucking house with some totalitarian lefty parents that want to stick them and jab them and make them wear a mask and tell, you know, and like just that, Nick, you know, because that's how I felt coming up. You know what I mean? It was like, you know, no, where are the fucking adults, man? Where's the reasonable people? You know, and like you don't fucking. I mean, I don't know. I'm complicated.
No, that was a picture you just painted though. That's for sure.
You know what I mean? Like that's, you know, and that's who music. That's who my art. Like anytime I get little, or like, you know, I start to think. You know, I start to doubt myself. You know, anytime I start to doubt myself on shit like that, like music and art and shit, I always think like, nigga, this is not for the critic. Like, you know, go fuck yourself. You know, if you're just a critic, you know, suck a dick.
That's what sucks about being good at it, right? Because you end up listening to the critics because you start realizing, you know, oh, these people like it. You ride the wave of how they like it. And then you end up forgetting that it's ain't about what the fuck they like.
Right, man. Like, I'll never forget, man. Like, I had so much respect for a friend of mine's brother growing up. And he used to fucking just be like, you know, like, man, whatever. You know, didn't really, like, you know, pay me no mind. I was playing the bass at the time. And I'm an alright bass player, but he was just always, like, poo-pooing it. And then, like, I started realizing, like, you know, wait a minute. This dude don't even play. You know what I mean? You don't even play the fucking instrument.
It would take one of
you
those.
have nothing on you. Like, and you're fat.
Yeah.
Like, go fuck yourself.
Oh, God. You're not that great. You're not as good as Flea.
Right, dude. Like, that kind of, you know,
like, what do you mean? I'm better than you.
After you're working on something. Like, oh, that's all right, but it's not really that great. It's not there yet. You're like, who the fuck are you? Gonna tell me my shit is all right.
That exact context, you know, I could read that as he is gay and he's trying to do that thing where we do it to girls at the bar.
Right, you shit on them.
Shit on them and then they want to please you or something after that, you know, constantly. He thought you were going to be like, you know, a beta.
No, yo, dude, we were though. I mean, he was an older kid, you know what I mean? We had so much, like, whatever for the kid. But I came to realize
that does suck.
It was like a breakthrough for me. Like, I had to be like, you know what? Fuck you.
Right. That shit started happening to me when I started, like, thinking about complex things and then trying to talk to, you know, foster parents or somebody about it. And then they just couldn't even.
Did you have foster folks?
Yeah. they couldn't
No
catch
shit, bro.
hold
I
of the
didn't know that.
concepts and shit that I was trying to lay down, that they couldn't even relate in that world at all. And I thought, wow, these people are in charge of me. This is
Right,
crazy.
bro.
You're so
Dude, I got put in
stupid.
military school, dude.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh man.
Yeah,
We're in
dude. You know, it's
regular
funny.
world
Like,
here.
even like, I remember the first time I cried when I wanted to talk to my parents and they wouldn't let me.
That's a fucked up feeling, dude.
Ah, but it manned me up.
Yeah. It does do something to you, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Oh,
because
dude, they
now
used to
you're
wake
not,
us up at
there's
4:30
no
in the
kick.
morning to go run.
Yeah. Market, have you heard? We're
Huh.
gonna jump from the big iron bird.
Nice.
C-130 rolling down that strip. Market, Papa gonna take him a trip.
Fucking right. I was in some Navy shit. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome though. Yeah, dude. I didn't know that about you, Grim. That's fucking that's, respect, bro.
This is juvenile prison, bro. Don't worry about it. That's what we call it. Well, I
Fucking
mean, it's
horrible.
basically kind of what it is. They
Dude, I
just
have so
snatched you
much
out of
fucking.
fucking school.
I just fucking. I mean, God bless all the foster parents and all that if they're good. Shit. I don't know.
Yeah, all the good ones. Yeah, high fives to them.
Right. High
Just not
fives
to
to
the
the good
ones I
ones, man.
had.
Seriously, I know there's crazy ones out
Skip
there.
that. I'm not one of them little asshole either, man. I mean, I seriously had some fucked up foster parents.
Nah, man, you're too smart. I could tell. You know what I'm saying, dog? All us motherfuckers, we've been. If you haven't been through some shit, then you really got no skin in the game.
That's pretty much actually the truth, really.
You know what I mean? That's the only reason I think even like boys like myself and you are here. We don't give a fuck. Like everyone's like, oh, the government's gonna find out that I fucking think the Earth is that I think differently. Like what?
Right. They're gonna try and fucking
Yeah,
force
bring it.
vaccinate me at my door.
Right,
They've
like
already been warned. I wrote them a
dude,
letter.
like you're not gonna sit them
They've
down
already
with a
been warned
litany
not
of
to do that.
vaccination information.
I will take it
Like,
as an act of
they don't know
war
what
upon
they're
them.
in for when they come to visit.
Yeah.
They don't know. They're gonna get a cup of coffee and a fucking earful, dude. Like, you know what I mean? And
Seriously.
done correctly.
A pot of coffee.
Right,
It's gonna take a minute.
It's gonna take a pot of coffee. Are you ready, miss?
I need your best negotiator on this.
Right. You know what's up? Like, are you gonna? Because I just want to know if you're gonna take full liability. That's all, Julie.
Exactly. Who here is responsible?
I just
for
wanted to sign right here,
negotiations?
Julie, and tell me that you're gonna accept full liability.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes, Julie. Why do you refuse me? Fucking right,
Gave
Grim.
them a choice. They had a choice.
Right, they had a choice, Judge.
Yeah. Either
they had a choice, they refused. And are you trying to tell me I don't have the unlimited right to contract, Your Honor? Or are you committing barratry and trying to deny me equal protection? Dude, barratry. Look at
I
it's gotta
exist,
be
right?
barratry, bro. That's the word. If you ever have to go up on a judge, and you never do, because he should be your best fucking friend. But if you ever have to slam, excuse me, Your Honor, would you not be committing barratry by making that decision? Oh,
Can you
dude, I had
explain
this
that
chick
to
that
me?
went in.
I'm ignorant.
It's just actually, I'll go find the correct definition because it's just it's worth it. Barratry.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fraud or gross negligence of a ship's master or crew at the expense of its owners or users. Law, vexatious litigation or incitement to it.
Oh.
And they can't, no rule, they can, and what people don't understand is like all the sovereign, or like, I'm not even gonna use that term, all the heads who really understood this shit, you would never threaten a judge. Unless it was the most dire of circumstances.
Like if you just did not understand the law
or they were
itself
just
at
trying to
all and was using
dude, because you got to understand, they don't just steamroll you. They don't. They ask you questions to which they respond. They don't just steamroll you. The judge is not your enemy. It's that fucking prosecutor.
Right.
It's the prosecutors coming in to, with no compassion. And
I think
what's so ill,
there's
bro, is
quite
that,
a little bit of a lean towards the state's interests too, though.
of course,
On
no.
on
Dude,
both.
remember this. All
Yeah.
attorneys work for the court, not the client.
Right. Even
And that's the
though,
thing, dude.
yeah,
They
you
want you to
are
get an
under the
attorney because as soon as you get an attorney, the only fucking thing an attorney can do is argue. And once you argue, say no, you can't do that. Fucking, as soon as you say that, you grant immediate jurisdiction to the authority. So 2 attorneys can only come and argue. Then that's why there's a judge who makes the decision. Even the judges can overrule the juries in a trial. The jury could say no, and the judge could say yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And so it's crazy, when you start realizing,
Ultimately,
oh, man.
the judge does have the
Right, and he's the one, and so he's your friend. It's the prosecutor that's trying to no end. And this is what's so ill, Grim, is that once you discharge the fucking financials of the idea of what they're coming at you with, i.e. the charge, on your person that you're the priority security interest holder of.
So you don't try to remedy it at all, issue, then you accept it as.
Yeah, think of
yeah.
it, dude. That's the remedy.
Right.
The remedy is,
trying to remedy
check it out.
it.
Grim, I swear to God, you got, I want it to sink for everybody. But it's like this, dude. The United States of America, if you're in the US, owes you. But the problem is when they ask you, who are you? We keep saying, oh, I'm this citizen, so-and-so that lives at this address. Well, guess what? That nigga works for the United States.
Yeah.
And the United States collectively owe you, but we're all so stupid. We can't understand that we're not
paid.
just this. We have a person. We're not the person.
Yeah. Plus, our person isn't getting paid.
Right. Well, the thing is this: and this is why.
Person
Hold on,
is not
check it out.
getting paid.
But check this out. This is where, and neither is the guarantor. Neither are we. And the thing is that we have to forgive the United States.
Right.
The obligation that they owe, because look, they have the principal and the interest that they owe to the creditor. Well, every one of us are the creditors, and we gave them a birth certificate. That's the evidence that you're a creditor. And they, in turn, as the receipt, gave you a U.S. citizen so you could do banking to get access to your fucking money. Which
it otherwise wouldn't exist if you couldn't.
It wouldn't, dude. Why do you think that right now they're having general amnesty and they're printing money to no end?
Don't they? When you're born, don't they then? Once they put out
what they do is
you're
born.
They then put a loan out for $5 million or something.
No. I mean, well, look, maybe they put a loan out because all U.S. dollars are credit,
or they
and
create a bond.
actually, they're all debt. But the thing is, dude, all that debt is owed to each one of us individually. So when it comes to your U.S. citizen having violated some public code of whatever, okay, where's the bill? Where's the bill? Because ultimately the United States is like, holy shit, one of our United States citizens fucked up, and now we as the United States have to pay because of it.
Charged with what?
Well, and so that's where it would go to the state. That's why the state prisons and all that. That's why it's such an industry, because the state gets to if you do a violation and you have to go to jail, you're going to sit in the state as a U.S. citizen, and they are going to lien the number that's being traded on your behalf on the stock market. Right. So instead of the federal government getting it, the state prison gets it. And that's why there's such a competition with state prisons, because all these niggas realize that if you can catch all these people, make all these laws, then they can put these people in jail, and then they can lien that bond and take the money that would be the proceeds of that bond being traded on the SEC, which is the same bond that you go to try to access when you get a mortgage or you get a credit card. And then they try
Right,
to
yeah.
come to the U.S.
Of course.
citizen, and they say to the U.S. citizens, "You got to pay." Well, if you were in dire because we've agreed to the social contract to play the game, to get a job, to
Then
keep society going.
I should already have a fund to reach in and pay from then.
Well, the thing is this:
Right?
that
Someone
but look at it
should have
like
been
this:
paying.
you're playing with funny money, so the only currency is forgiveness. Your Honor,
Wait, say that again. I was coughing really hard.
your only currency is forgiveness.
Oh, I see.
Because they're saying, hey, look, we as the United States and me as the judge of, like, if I was a sitting judge, they're licensed on behalf of the United States to do the accounting of the United States. And then, and so when they're there, you can do the banking at the judge's table right there. But it's the only place we can do banking like this. But the idea is that the United States, real quick though, the United States owes you. So you can say to the United States, hey, where's the bill? Because I'm the priority security interest holder of the collateral, and I'm here for any charging instrument for my inspection. Where's the bill? I've done this. The judge actually gave it to me. Now, I was a little vindictive at the time. I didn't understand this shit. Didn't win. But the point is, I fucking learned and I won on so many fucking levels, but it was the little accoutrement at the end, bro. Okay? Because this shit isn't fucking patty cake. So, fucking, they give you the charging instrument. Well, okay, check it out. Can you cash a check without signing the back of it?
You're not supposed to be able to.
Nope, you can't. So when they give you the charging instrument, turn it over, sign the back of it, give it back to them under UCC 3603, and say, you know what? Your debt has been forgiven, Your Honor, and I motion the court to dismiss the case. Because they no longer do not owe you. And they've got paperwork with your signature on the back to say that they don't owe you. It's like if you gave me $500, and then what do you call it? You wanted to borrow, and then I drove on your lawn and fucked it up, right? Or let's say like this, like you gave me $500, and then check it out, you drove on my lawn and fucked it up. Now I come to you in debt for $500 to you already, but I say, yo, dude, you fucked up my lawn. It's going to cost me $100. I need $100. Well, you could go like this. I'll tell you what. Where's the bill? And then I go, well, here's the bill for what I got to get done. And you could take that bill, turn it over, sign the back of it, give it to me, and say, you know what? Knock it off the $500 you already owe.
Right. And that's
and
common.
Now, when the day comes when you're coming with your $400, or whoever it is coming with their $400 to come even, they're coming with $400 and a receipt with your signature on it for the other $100.
For the other $100, yeah.
So boom, I'm off the hook. I'm more than happy to take your signature because that knocks off my other debt. And when I come to pay to collect, so when the United States comes to pay on Judgment Day, probate, they can come and bring the paperwork that you had to say, hey, United States is not liable for this much. Do you understand? We could discharge the fucking...
Absolutely.
We could discharge the national debt, bro.
With a couple of signatures.
With a fucking...
I'll
tell you what, with everybody in the fucking United States coming to and fucking discharging all the debt. But because people are retarded, they've sold us this China shit that China owns all the debt. So they're doing the Corona hoax, and then they're fucking going to levy this on China when it's done. And they're going to say that the United States, all the money the United States owed China is discharged because of what China did to us. Because people aren't smart enough to get that they could discharge the fucking whole shit with their own signatures, with their own instruments. So the public side has to keep the private side private and make up a shit show for the public. Dude, you should look up the definition of public. I wish What World was around. I haven't talked to him in a minute, actually. He always have a great definition that they have somewhere for the definition of public. And it's like that disorderly mass of people that dude, it's brutal. It's so brutal. It's like Black's Law Dictionary. Like, quote unquote, the public is like you know, the dumbest motherfuckers on it. The people who purchase without, dude, it's like one of the definitions is like, you know, the general public purchases without consideration. Like, dude, just levels the general public as being the dumbest people you could ever imagine. That's why I'm convinced all the judges are flat earthers. That's how I deal with this. Or I used to explain it like that. Like all the judges are flat earthers, but you can't let the public know that that you guys are flat earthers. You got to play the game. So when you go into court, you're in a public military tribunal. You can't be like, yo, judge, I'm a flat earther. You're a flat earther. Word up. Everyone's going to look at you guys like you're fucking crazy. So if you even start to talk about flat earth, the judge is going to shut you the fuck down. And that's why all this, like, you know, legal shit, looking for your rights and shit, all that doesn't seem to work in the public side because they shut it the fuck down because they're like, shut the fuck up. That's why if we were smart as we're getting there and learning, you would motion the court for your hearing to be had in chambers at the discretion of the judge.
All right.
So you don't have to talk in front of the public. You respect the judge. You're not going to bring up these subjects in front of the fucking laymen in the public. Yeah, man. It kills me that we can't get this. It took me, it's so crazy, dude. I remember studying this legal shit and it was so depressing. And you're like, oh my God, we're all collateral on a debt. Oh my God, China's going to roll in and take it. And you know what? That's what it looks like, kind of. Like the UN and China are just going to come in, roll in, and do this whole fucking shit show. All of a sudden, you got a credit score. You know what I mean? But God willing, I think that there's something in store for these people that the universe has got. Like, you know, there's that 7 years of tribulation story. And we're getting in close, man. 2024, funnily enough, is like actually the 7th year. And then we're supposed to go into the golden age, as they say, as the story goes. You know? And fuck these clowns, dude. If you're not on it, I don't know what to tell you. You know?
Damn.
But yeah, the 4 doors, man. The most important thing is the 4 doors. There's only 4 doors to any offer, and there's the rules of the game. And you can't say no. Door 1, acceptance. Door 2, conditional acceptance. And those are an honor, respectable. And then you've got door 3, which is argument, which is like saying no. And then door 4 is silence. And they all mean yes. That's why if somebody says, here, eat this shit sandwich, like the Bible says, Matthew 5:25, agree with thine adversary quickly. I would love to. So long as you eat half of it first, you give me $1 million. I want a boat. I want a house in Belize. I want a fucking, a house up in the mountains in Colorado. I want a fucking ski resort that you're going to buy me. Oh, you don't want to do those things? Oh, okay, that's cool. Then fuck off. You know?
Yeah.
But people out there like, no, I do not consent. I do not consent. It's like, I mean, I get it. I've always said I get the sentiment, but it's the most adolescent fucking response. It's like being an anarchist and thinking that that's going to work. It's like a romantic, pubescent fucking dream. Fucking, I'm on a roll tonight, dude. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta actually get moving now.
Well, shit, man. You heading out?
I do have to head out. I'm chilling. I'm burning one last little spliff, and then I gotta go do a couple things.
I'm playing friggin' Rocket League.
Oh, what's that? Some game?
Yeah. PlayStation game.
Oh, I just started fucking with an Xbox again, dude. I gotta find some good games, man. I try to get on Call of Duty, and it's like, go fuck you. It's like I can't seem to get on. They want like your fucking blood type, you know. It's like actually joining the fucking armed forces or something. Like they're like, look, we need your blood pressure. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, man?
It was.
I just want to
quite
play
a-
Call of Duty, asshole. What the fuck? Bill Gates, you fucking dick.
Have you tried Virtual Regatta?
What's it called?
Virtual Regatta.
No, I haven't, but it sounds good.
Last year, when they didn't do any of the races, that they did all of it on that website, free game.
Hey, yo, is that you, Oz?
No.
Ozman over here. If it were, that's fucking awesome. But if not, you sound like a good friend or a good dude I know out here. Mm. It is so weird though. I hope people do eventually like not allow the insanity to fucking continue, dude. Like I'll gladly give you the moon landing if you'll just back the fuck off all the communism. You know what I mean? Like I'll give you the moon landing. Back off the communism, nigga. Jesus Christ.
The moon landings.
What'd you say?
The moon landings. I was laughing at what you said, but I was.
Right, I'll give you the moon landing, dude. You know what I mean? I'll give you, yo, dude.
You
I'll
said
even
gladly though. That shit was funny.
get rid of the communism, dude. You know, I get it. Relax. We know you're in control. Chill. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're, like, you know, it's clever. Relax. You know, like what a perfect secular cosmology.
It's interesting because the communists have a moonshot program going on that very few people know about.
A moon shock, was it?
Shot. They're attempting to land on the moon.
Oh, right. Moonshot, cool. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I doubt anyone's been to the moon personally, but
I mean, other than the people who have.
well, sure enough. I mean, can we get rid of the communism? Sure. You know, if we get rid of the communism,
the communists are going to the moon.
I'm willing, dude. If we could get rid of the fucking communism, I'm willing and able, open armed to Buzz Aldrin and the rest of the shit show. I just fucking don't want to fucking have this like downgrade into like, you know, like
Look, I wouldn't even mind the communism if it didn't come with authoritarianism.
no, well, communism kind of that's what it does.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like
I guess they all.
if
I
it
mean,
was
they all
the
kind of.
childhood version of it, then yeah, that'd be kind of sweet, I guess. But I mean, to an extent, and people would
I
have to
don't
either
know.
start getting real creative or real bored.
Yeah,
I don't
but I
know.
don't
People
think
don't
that's
have
the
a
thing though. It's like
purpose.
nature doesn't create equality.
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean? Like you gotta
There's
have
got to
that.
be a
Like,
tug and a pull. Yeah.
there's, you know what I mean? Like, you know, and that's how
Yeah.
that's what so makes everyone so diverse. You know, as everyone has their place in the ecosystems of this shit. You know, but you can't fucking like, you know, like you know, some people are stronger than other people. You know what I mean? Like this is nature. That's how nature works.
So,
you know,
what is it about the moon landing you say is impossible?
well, for one, as a follower of the scientific method, and you know, and the gentleman they know as Alhazen, He wrote, "To be an enemy of all that one reads." And so because someone would try to tell me that they did this miraculous fucking landing on the moon thing, I find it rather more amusing than I do technically realistic. And
Okay, but you haven't given me any reason. You just said because I don't.
Well, I told you why. Right? That'll be my reasoning.
Because you follow the scientific method?
Well, are you not skeptical of somebody who tells you of their great feats?
Yes.
So where's your skepticism in regards to the moon landing?
Satisfied.
Fair enough. And, for me, I find it I find it more amusing than I do realistic.
See, once again, that's just incredulity.
What is it?
That's just your own incredulity. It's not anything.
My own incredulity. No, I think it's rather scientific of me, actually. I just, as I said, like Al Hazen wrote, he said to be an enemy of all that you read. And I think of it in the same way when it comes to like NASA or these things, or necessarily the shape of the Earth or cosmology, only because the ramifications I've noticed are far more outreaching and interesting than the technicalities of the intricacies of the event, to be honest. Because I think if you look at it, it's more philosophical and transcendental than you might initially think. Right?
So it's transcendental reasons that you don't believe the moon? I'm looking for a reason. The ramifications.
Okay, I'll tell you. How about this? It looks
I'm picking up a vibe here.
Hold on, I'll tell you. How about this? If you look at a picture of the lander on Mars or the moon or whatever the fuck it was, it looks like it's cardboard and a bunch of bullshit. Dude. There's one reason for you.
Because it looks like it's made of cardboard.
Yeah.
Even though
like
it's
duct tape. It's pretty poor, dude. You know what I mean?
No.
And then, some of the evidence for the moon landing is rather fucking comical in light of our advanced technological abilities, because these things look fucking dated and they look fake.
They are
now,
60 years old.
That's not, they look a little bit, it's like you could think of it as real, but it looks fucking fake.
One more time, you've given me a bunch of. It kind of looks. They're not something I can, sink my teeth into. I can look at and go, okay.
Well, like I said earlier, nature did not create us all equal, my brother.
Right.
So what is rather, maybe rather unobvious to you, seems to me rather quite fucking obvious. But if you insist, you know what I mean? Like, that is one of those reasons that I would be skeptical, is that if you look at the picture, it looks like some cardboard stapled to some fucking scaffolding or something. And to me, I just find that interesting.
And have you ever looked into what it was actually made of?
No, I haven't, because it's just uninteresting to me.
But it's interesting enough for you to say it looking wrong is the reason you don't believe in the moon, even though you don't know what it should look like or even what it was made of.
Yeah, like to me, I think like if you look at some of the evidence that NASA's proposed, like I would think you'd have to be partially brain dead to not be skeptical of anything that they put out.
Okay, like what?
Oh, I just pointed out to you, like those pictures where it looks like it's made of cardboard.
Right, but you didn't look into those because you didn't ever bother to figure out what it was actually.
Right, I didn't. You know what? I didn't feel it was necessary because it looks so fucking stupid. Do you know what I mean? And like once you see that, you're kind of like, wow.
I hear you claiming personal incredulity. That's all it is.
That's my opinion.
Right.
And it's your opinion that it's incredulity. And it's my opinion to think that, there's a little more to it than you might be willing to admit.
But you're not even showing me what it is. You're just saying it looks funny. But
that would be, right, but that would be to say, That would be to say that I care what you think about it. Right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because it's irrelevant. Either way, this our opinions about this particular thing or any kind of real cosmological whatever, it's essentially irrelevant to most people's world. Technically, like it's just theoretical fanciness. You can think of it as real if you'd like, but it doesn't pay the bills.
Would you like to hear why I think it happened?
Well, yes. Why do you think it to be real?
Because there were thousands of ham radio operators around the globe who were able to track the progress in real time.
And what do you mean? What did they do with their ham radios to detect it?
They detected the human-made craft move towards the moon or go into a stable orbit from around the moon and return.
And they saw this from the ground and they were talking about it on ham radio, is what you're telling me?
They actually were able to detect it with their ham radio.
To detect the signal that you think wasn't probably encrypted somehow?
The signal from the
Okay, and that's good enough for you?
Where else could it have come from?
Well, me and like there's like 5 people on this panel that think the earth is flat. So why don't you believe us?
Because you've yet to provide a map.
Yet to provide a map.
Yep. What I would need.
Right. So the point is that
I would require a map that has.
So like just because I have 5 people that say that the earth is flat, you don't accept it, right? And just as you say that a bunch of people on ham radio fucking picked up signals about the fucking moon landing, it sounds like bullshit to me too,
Right, but
like I don't have
the
to
difference is we have evidence. We
the
have
difference
the
is
actual recordings. We have all of it. You have I don't think so, which is
I mean I
what
have
you keep repeating because it's the only thing that you have in this argument. Is personally,
I think I guess you would probably be interested in some Coriolis insurance.
You hear what I hear, right, Issa? Just between me and you. You hear it, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But like, it's like have you ever bought Coriolis insurance before?
No. Why would I buy Coriolis insurance?
I think
well
it's
known
rather
and accounted for phenomenon.
right, but they're saying it's slowing down, and we have a coverage plan. It's an east-west coverage plan, and
what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about Coriolis insurance.
Coriolis insurance, dude, catch up,
bro. Like everybody here has a plan. It's only like $90 a month. I could actually hook you up if you'd like.
Yeah. No, actually, I'm pretty sure that one goes directly into my PayPal.
You can choose
We
which
can arrange
direction the
that.
water
We
goes
can
down in
arrange
your
it where
toilet
it's
bowl,
just
though.
monthly. I'm sure actually maybe Electric University will help you set you up with an account.
Yeah. You can even there's a couple of good perks to this one. You can choose which direction that your water flows in your toilet bowl. Oops, excuse me.
That one's a good one. We've actually had a couple winners.
So what about
it's a rare event.
If you want to talk about Coriolis, how about the fact that it is now being built into scopes with the use of the Lapua Ultimate Ballistic app?
Yeah. That's why I wouldn't want you to leave you behind in the dust and not offer you the Delta plan. That's $99 a month. It's it's easy.
So you have
if anything happens, like
or
the
just send
payout
a bottle of
instantaneous,
Kahlua to PO Box.
You have absolutely no refutation of these arguments other than to attempt to mock that you don't understand.
I'm just saying, it's only $99 a month.
I don't know if he's particularly mocking you yet.
You could become a platinum member, and we'll give you extra parsecs. I don't know if you're interested in space property.
Right. I mean, the fact that this is a real effect and is measured and accounted for.
Griff, I gotta go. I fucking love you, kid.
It's been real fun. I'll catch you next time.
Oh fuck. Yo, who is it I'm talking to again?
My name's Kool-Aid.
Drinking Kool-Aid, man. Yeah, man. Rock and roll. I actually have to get moving. I was talking to Grim earlier about that. But yeah, man, keep searching. Like I said, Al Hazen, he wrote about the scientific method, be an enemy of all that you read. Yo, let's catch up next time, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll have a map.
Maybe I will. All right, my brother, be good.
You won't have it.
Anyone? Bueller? Bueller?
This is some bullshit. I came here to defend my vehement belief in the flat of the earth. Flatness.
How noble of you, kind sir.
Dude, I was on Gem Pandas like earlier today talking to Twit and Lewis because it was dead in here. I guess they were like in some secret room or something. And I'm in there like dropping bombs on Twit, and she's just like, no, son, no. And I'm dropping bombs left and right, and she's just like, wow, I can't believe that. And then Jake on the plane DMs Scott Veach and says, hey, come down here quick. Riggs is flat smacking Twit hard. And then Veach comes in there and I'm like, look, dude, you're dishonest as fuck. I ain't talking to you. I didn't come here to talk to you. I just left. And then him and all of his fucking cronies are tagging me and shit. I didn't give a fuck. Fuck them. So I know Twit's gonna go, like, she's dreaming right now, going, that flat earth shit ain't so fucking hard to think about. She didn't know about the Challenger crew. I was dropping that shit on her real hard.
All right. How'd you get in there? Did they just let you back in?
Oh, I sent Gem Panda. I sent him a message. What did I say? I said, I have reformed my views on globe slavery. Unban me. And he just says, okay. I don't know. I figure, like, black people, Negroes, slave, whatever. I just thought maybe he would correlate it and figure it out. And yeah, it worked. He unbanned me. I guess what you have to do is appeal to their weaknesses, which is they love to be virtuous. So if you say, hey, I'm doing this for climate change. See, people who don't understand, man, the fact that we're flat earthers is exactly why we could all be millionaires, but we're not, because we have ethics. Because we know what their weaknesses are. We know what they're faking. We know what's true, what's not true. So we can utilize that economically and take advantage of it. But we don't, because we're better people. So yeah, I basically just gave him the bullshit, and he unbanned me instantly. It's great.
I hear you. Yeah. I have about negative 100% interest in being there, so.
Me too, man. But honestly, it was just dead here, and then I saw them in a private room. So I will never join the regular chat. That's not going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's funny how some people like to kind of like mess with them back. Like, it's not really my style, but it's just
I
kind of funny.
I don't mess with them back anymore. I will never communicate to them. Like I was in a different room, Lewis and Twit. You know, that was it. I have no desire to be in that other room. I'll never be in that other room. But I did want to be in the server so I could like look for my post history and other things, you know? Sometimes there's links that I've shared or memes or whatever that other servers have been deleted. So it's like utility. I'm having my first alcoholic beverage in who knows how the fuck long. And for the first time ever, I'm not nauseous. It's remarkable. So I'm going to keep enjoying it. I will be right back.